Try to do the same shit he did to me before.
Come on, Hank.
It didn't work. He started pointing at me and telling me what to do. I said, how would you like it if I said, get me a blanket? It sucks, right? He got pissed. So he kept telling me, go back in your room. And I said, no, don't. Do I have to? Is that an order? So I waited there and I said, I want to see if you treat my neighbor different than you treat me. And he was very respectful to my neighbor. So I went off on him. And then as he walked away, I said, hey, do you know what respect means? And he goes, no. And I go, I know. I didn't think so. I'm tired of him. So I have to be out by Monday. I stood up to Ken and I'm getting kicked out. He slammed on my door and then he knocked very politely on her door. I came outside, I opened the door, I just stood there. He was like, is your window open? I said, yeah. So was it half the people on this block? So he tried to do the same thing the girl did at the last hotel. So I didn't let him get in my face. I said, do you know how it feels to have somebody point at you and threaten you? How would you like it? I think I said, how would you like it if I said, get me a fucking blanket? I didn't say fucking. I said, how would it feel? How do you like it when I say, get me a blanket? You didn't give me a blanket last night. You made me sleep in sheets. I had to go get one. Go get me a blanket. He went off. Then he tried to say, I have somebody coming. I need you to move to a single room. And I said, why? Are you serious? He said, yeah, I own the place. I said, so you just want to exert your power over me? He said, no, I really have somebody coming. Then I said, then find somebody else. He said, you're gone after Monday. It's my property. And I said, I never said it wasn't. And then he kept telling me to get back in my room so that he could talk to the girl next door. So I said, no, I'm going to see if you treat her any differently than you treat me. And then he was extremely respectful to her. And I said, that's a big difference, buddy. And then he stomped away. I said, hey, do you know what respect means? And he said, no. And I said, I didn't think so. He also accused me of smoking out the window because my windows are open. And I said, I like the fresh air. I even told him I just won't open the window. If he has a problem with it, I didn't know. He didn't tell me. So then he said, okay, I need you to close the window. I said, okay. When he changed his tone, I was just as respectful. But then he kept getting flared up and going off on me. So today I went back. I matched it. So I'm getting kicked out. So I'm going to let him cool down. I'm going to give it like 10, 15 minutes. And then I'm going to go down and be like, I talked to you today how you talk to everybody. And they get upset. I have no problems with you specifically, but you seem to knock on my door really loud, and then you knock on hers very lightly. You get in my face and point at me, you're very polite with her. I don't feel like I did anything to deserve that, because you know as well as I do it could be a lot worse. You know? As far as clients go in the hotel program, I'm a godsend. And it seems like he's Professor Snaping, always, always trying to find something to get me. So I think I'm the only one that stood up to him so far. I stood up to him. Who's here? Let's call Lynn and tell her. God, Lynn just runs her mouth. They're terrified of him, so they kind of play like a kick dog, you know? Like they told me, what he did to you yesterday was extremely unfair, and I can't believe he would do something like that to somebody. And then as soon as they got near him, they were like, Casey, you need to work on this, and this. Doing the same shit. He does. They turn cloaked. So I can't call economic services, but he wants me to cancel my voucher. He said I'm gone on Monday. So should Casey A tell him, hey, what have I done wrong to you? As far as clients go, I don't cause any problems. It seems like you cause all the problems, Ken. Should I B, walk with pride and dignity and never say another word to him and just leave, go down to Randolph and go back to Vivek's cabin, get a job at U.S. Auto Venture? Or C, should I just move to Burlington, put all my stuff in a storage unit for the month, and go work at FedEx? I don't know. Let's go and have faith. So if I go down there and say, hey, can you see that the way I talk to you is how you talk to me? And you don't talk that way to my neighbor, but I haven't done anything wrong to you. I don't deserve to be treated that way. I'm changing into my black sweats. Because John Michael's mom would not let me bring my laundry with me. For some reason. I feel pretty good. I said, do you know what respect means? He said, no. I said, I didn't think so. So what? I don't know where my black pants went. I feel bad for him. I know I shouldn't. And it's not even a pride game. Like prideful people, when they argue on Facebook, they go, I feel bad for you. And they don't even know the person they're talking about. I genuinely feel bad for Ken because I know that there's something wrong there. To me, that actually seems like mental illness. Now, what am I doing? I was looking for my pants, and I don't seem to have them, which is very concerning because it means I might be missing clothes. No, it's right here. Let me know if you guys missed out what I said so far. It's 11:44. I'll say it again. I opened my windows this morning to let the fresh air in. It was probably for an hour. He showed up and slammed on my door the same way that the other girl did at the last motel, getting in my face, pointing at me, getting aggressive. And I fought back this time. And I said, I need you to change the way you talk to me. I don't like when you point at me, and I want to see how you treat my neighbor, because you slammed on my door and you knocked very lightly on hers. You got in my face and pointed at me and then accused me of smoking out the window. And I said, I like the fresh air. And I said, how would you like it if I said, get me a blanket? And he went and then threatened to kick me out. Then he tried to play like, he said, actually, I need you to move down to a single room because you have a double and you don't need one. I said, do you actually have a double? He said, yeah. I said, then go find somebody else. He said, you're out on Monday. I said, hey, do you know what respect means? And he said, no. I said, I didn't think so. This room is paid for. So he's been making me do shit that he doesn't make anybody else do just because he wants me to submit to him. You know what I'm saying? He started bullying me. He made me carry probably 60 pounds worth of stuff for no reason to the front room for 2 hours just to carry it back up because he felt like it and he liked watching me do it. I don't even speak to him. I just have him coming to the door to scream in my face every now and then. He gets paranoid that he thinks I'm smoking in the room. So he says he has to come do the smoke detector test. And he thinks I'm smoking out the window. So it just shows, man, he's retarded. He knows. I don't think he does. I don't think he knows how people would actually smoke in here, if they were. He seems like a little baby. He seems like a wee little baby. So I'm changing clothes, putting on underwear. He created a problem with me and is unable to see the reality of the situation. He repeatedly threatens to have me freeze to death if I don't obey his will. And the will he obeys is just like, move to the right. And I stand there like, don't talk to me like that. Move to the left. Do it. Do it. That's how he speaks. We've caught some of it on camera. So when I don't, I think he takes it personally because I think he has low testosterone and he's very fat. He wants me to suck up to him. At least he'll learn a lesson. And then I immediately after I stood up to him, I got a notification on YouTube that said, God is proud of what you just did. I swear to God. Let me read it off to you. Let me put my shoes on and read it off to you. Where's my second phone? I feel like I should call Lynn. The problem is I don't want to go at him. I never want to be involved in these stuff. It's just a waste of time. A lot of my time is me arguing with God about why I keep having to do this. Because the obvious way is to just ignore it. I don't think I ever want to live in a world like this. So I don't have the notification on this phone because it was on my For You page. And because I refresh, it's a different For You page he just uploaded. Maybe I can find it. I don't think I can exit out of this live without ending the stream. No. But it said, God is proud of you for what you've just done. Watch. I want to show you how fake a friend Lynn is.
That I prevented the completion of your call. Announcement 19. We're sorry.
She blocked my phone.
You have dialed has calling restrictions that have prevented the completion of your call. Announcement 19.
Just to show you what a piece of shit, right? You give them a mile, they give you -3 inches. Where's my lighter? It happens. It's part of being a man. I think he'd be proud of me. Need to find me lighter. Should I write him a note in Indian? Should I write him a note in his language? I think he might be Pakistani. He might be Nepali. I'm not sure exactly what. I can't find me lighter. Okay, let me get Google Translate. Okay, you ready? Oh, that might be better actually. No, it might not. The way you treat me is extremely aggressive. You point in my face. You order me around like a dog, and I don't deserve to be treated the way you treat others. I am not an addict. I am not doing things to deliberately disrespect you. I carried all my things downstairs knowing that I would have to carry them all the way back up. I don't understand why you talk to me like this when you don't talk to other people the way you talk to me. And I don't want the disrespect anymore. I don't do anything to you. You do it to me and to us. How's that? Loka, the evil manager showed up at my door again, slamming on my door. I peacefully walk up to the door. I open the door. He gets in my face. He points. He says, "Is your window open?" I say, "Yeah." He's like, "I need you." He said, "Close it." He didn't say I need you. He said, "Close it." And I said, "I don't like the way you're talking to me." I just waited. He kept going off. I said, "How would you like it if I said, get me a blanket? Right now, I didn't get one." And then he said, actually, I need you to move down the hall to where I feel like it because we have 2 people coming. And I said, "Oh, really? Do you really have one?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "You're not trying to exert your power over me?" So then I waited while he tried to talk to the other person. And he said, "Go back in your room." And I said, "I want to wait and see how you treat her. I want to see if you treat her differently." And then when she answered, he was very respectful to her. I said, "That's a big difference." So I don't know if I should go downstairs, smoke a cigarette, and get in another screaming match with him. As he walked away, I said, "Hey, do you know what respect means?" And he said, "No." And I said, "I didn't think so." Because I know English is not his first language. So I have my second phone up. I just want to go down and say, hey, you obviously did not like how I spoke to you. Why do you think I would like how you spoke to me? I did the exact same thing you do. Just because it's your hotel doesn't mean you can do that to people. And you're doing it to the wrong people. He's been threatening to have me freeze to death. And he knows my little brother just froze to death. He does it on purpose. And I don't do anything to him. He came up and screamed at me about the windows being open. I'll tell you what. It's the same situation before, where I saw that there were tons of windows open, but they only have a problem with me because I have power and righteous authority. You know what I don't have is my lighter. I seem to be always missing my lighter. It should be in my pocket right here, and it's not. And then Lynn, what a fucking piece of crap, right? Can you imagine? Why do you think she blocked me? Lynn blocked my phone. Why do you think she blocked me? Yeah, my lighter is missing. My lighter is missing. I would have carried it all back up here. It would have been. I'd already checked my coat pocket. It would be in here. It's not, so I have to take my jacket off and search again. Check my old pants. Okay. I do have it. Now, yesterday I picked up a scrunchie for my hair, but I don't know where that is. I'm going to use this. And just hope for the best. I don't think I came on Earth to play this game. You know what I'm saying? No, I just don't. I don't feel bad about Lynn being alone anymore. She has no loyalty. She would be the people that would pretend to help the Holocaust survivors, and then stubs her toe and goes, ah! You know what I'm saying? Morning. Look through some trash. Let me get my second phone. Okay, and then we'll go outside and go for a walk so that I can be in a clear head when I have to deal with the child. I don't want to stoop to childish behavior, you know what I'm saying? I don't really have that much trash. I'll just throw one out. You know what I'm saying? Let's see what making cups maybe. Hey, can I say something?
Yeah.
You know how Ken likes to point at people and order them around? I did it back today. I said, how would you like it if I said, go get me a blanket? So he wants to kick me out on Monday. He freaked out. I said, hey, do you know what respect means? And he goes, no. And I said, I didn't think so. Do you know if there's anything I can do or if it's even worth it to go down and be like, hey, I just don't like the way you talk to me. So I did it back so you could see it. I don't have any problem with you, you know?
Yeah, you could try that. I don't know him that well, but
Okay.
I know of how he can be and how he talks to people. Other than that, you could call the, I think the 1-800 Economic Services, they're open on the weekend, I think.
Okay.
And if not, 211, and just tell them what's happened, and they could possibly move you to it
Okay.
if that doesn't work.
He was mad about the window. I said I can close it, but he just like got in my face, and then I stood outside while he went to knock on my neighbor's door because he slammed on my door, like full on slammed. I've never done anything to him. You know, you've never seen me. I don't cause problems.
Mm-mm.
So he slammed on my door. I waited outside to see him. Are you gonna talk to her the same way you talk to me? And he just knocked politely and said, hey, is your window open? Can you close it? And I was like, that's a big difference. You know? So I don't. In case he does it to you, just know that like people are standing up to him.
Oh, he's done it to me, and I've given it right back.
All right, good for you. Thank you. He just needs to learn. He's the wrong people to do it to. Homeless people. This is 1-800 Economic Services. Okay. I'm going to smoke my cigarette. Feel more like myself. I can only take it for so long, and yesterday was hours. And he does change. It's like the hand that feeds you also beats you type shit. Like, he's nice, but then he does horrible things. And I'm grateful for a room, but I'm not gonna take that disrespect. I came here to get away from it. I literally only came here to get away from it. This is supposed to be my rest and recuperate from society. Not have it worse, you know? Crack down. So we're gonna hang out here for a little bit. Well, Loca, my little, I'm gonna tell the John Michael story, guys. It's gonna be like 5 minutes maybe. Not that long probably. But Loca, if you missed it, basically my little brother, hi?
Hey,
Good. Yeah, basically my little brother was 22 and he was homeless and fell on the sidewalk and froze to death last week. And nobody saved him. They all just drove by him. It was 7 a.m. He fell, hit his head, and froze to death. And Ken knows about that. So today he threatened to have me kicked out and freeze like my little brother if I didn't close my window. You know what I'm saying? So I had to go down to the funeral. I don't know if you were here for that. I had to go down to my little brother's funeral down in Brattleboro, and I spoke at it, and I stayed in his house, and his mom dressed me up in his clothes and gave me a goodie bag of all of his like soaps. So yeah, it was bad, but he was a gift. And everyone that I met Monday, he died Monday morning, everyone I met Monday night said they had this huge turnaround in their life, where like people who thought their child had died to sex trafficking in New Mexico got reunited with their daughter. People like me that are addicted to cigarettes, they haven't touched it since. People that were just like living horrible lives, like homeless people on the street, his death really affected, and they were crying because he used to walk around with his headphones on like I do and talk to people. I did have a dream a couple weeks before about him dying before it happened. Like when I was in Johnson, I had a dream that he died. And I had a dream he died because of something that he did to me. That was God's punishment for him devoting his life to trying to take mine. Not kill me, but like he was pretending to be me, and he would, you know, the stupid games people play, energy games. He was heavily in like that. It consumed him. It was like Morbius. I watched Morbius last night. We're Morbius, bro. We were Morbius. He was the guy that was like, I'm gonna steal your powers, and I'm gonna go wild pretending to be you when really I'm a sick monster. But the problem was the same way with Morbius. He was just Morbius villain. He was a way sweeter kid than Morbius. John Michael was a way sweeter kid than I was. I was a fucking monster. I was a deranged serial killer living like a ancient dragon Celtic monster living inside a young boy that would like make therapists cry and quit. But I was also a good kid. But he just like, it just seems like he got converted over time, and I would have to go on these missions to go down there and save him, and it was always futile. Like he would just leave and go do drugs, or he would, every place I took him, he just like if I took him swimming, he would go with me swimming, and then as soon as I'd be like, come on, he'd be like, no, I'm staying in the car. Like he was mad at me for something. So then he'd watch me through the window, hang out with girls and go swimming. He'd come to my house and he'd tell me that things in my house were actually his and God put them there for him. And it was like pictures of me, pictures of me with a girl. And he's like, that's me. So my mind was like, I don't know if I can handle that. I can't be your friend, I'm sorry. After years of him getting worse. And then he died. He was all I thought about. I thought about eventually I'm going to date my ex, and then eventually I'm going to get land and I'm going to save John Michael. Like I was walking through Vermont because I wanted to find land to save him. And at the end of it, he fucking died anyway. So I double failed. I didn't find any place for us to fight off the world together and make our music. And I also couldn't save his life. But the things that people spoke about him were the traits that I really loved about him. And it was also the traits that I saw myself in him. Like I think we were pretty much exactly the same in that way. And I have this weird feeling that because I got to experience what it was like to be a local famous artist through him, and I got to experience what it was like to fall down the dark road through him, and I got to experience what it was like to teach myself, because he went through exactly what I went through. So I kind of consoled him and tried to guide him, and that made me realize at the end of it, what I was really doing was giving myself the love that I needed. And just because he didn't take my advice doesn't mean that it wasn't healing my own inner child. So I spoke about that. I said loving John Michael taught me how to love myself because I did everything for everybody else. He taught me how to be my own best friend. So we're gonna go see how many windows are open. It's my favorite game. Let's see how many other people are guilty of the thing that was Casey's downfall. The O'Brien gene. Yep, see there's one. Bam. More open than mine. Is that discrimination? Is that targeted harassment? I don't know, but he's got me walking around like everyone else walks around and talks shit about him. And it all probably stems from the lack of the female gaze. That was my window. Is it a dog? Yes. Am I still leaving on Monday? Am I still leaving on Monday?
Yeah, you have to leave Monday.
So, you know, I talk to you the way that you talk to me.
So when I knock your door, I say like, I'm sitting here, somebody call me in your lobby. When I came your door, so somebody tell me like somebody's window is open. So I thought like we have it because our housekeeper yesterday, they cleaned the empty rooms. So maybe they forget the close the window. So I check each room and then I knock whoever them people inside. I knock the door. So that's why I knock first 227, then I come your door and 233.
But it's how you talk. So
I tell you like your window is open.
no, you said
yes, because for the fresh air. I said like, can you close little bit? Can you open little bit? So
you're saying that now, but how you said it was your window's open.
I said like your window is open. I'm not like tell you like rudely.
It is rude, and
but
a lot of people I talk to also feel like that's rude.
Okay, so if you are like Monday, you have to leave 11 p.m. and a.m. So not p.m.
People feel like they have to stand up to you because you're bullying them. Do you know what bullying means?
11 a.m. you have to check out.
But do you know what bullying means?
11 a.m. you have to check
I don't have a problem with you.
No,
I don't purposefully try to disrespect you. And I'm just telling you.
Yesterday I tell you same thing.
Yes.
Like, can you clean mix your microwave? Because housekeeper come once in a week. Everybody's room.
And I was also
not your room. Everybody's room.
You also had me bring everything downstairs.
Yeah.
And there were other people that had their voucher renewed, you didn't make them do that.
No. Now everybody's, not only
Okay.
you. If anyone's,
Yeah. And that's why I did it, so
No,
you can learn.
No. Not only for you, everybody's. Like 11 o'clock checkout time. Once you get the voucher, I don't tell you like go outside, isolate. Sit inside. So not only you. Like now, Monday or tomorrow or today or Monday, if anybody's renewing the voucher, so they have to check out and they have to stay over there. And once we get the voucher, then they have to go back.
Yes, but on my door, you went. On my neighbor's door, you went.
No. That's it.
So it's not just me that feels this way.
I
It's a lot of people here I talked to today that don't like the way you talk to them.
You have to check out at 11 a.m. Okay.
I understand that. I understand I have to leave.
Thank you. Jeremy,
Yeah, boy.
come here 1 second, please. In the office, please. I have customer. I will talk.
You're gonna have to start treating people more
I'll
respectfully.
talk to you later because I have customer.
You're gonna have to treat people more respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a food delivery for room 226.
226. Or if you go straight, the exit sign, you have to go upstairs.
I have to,
Or I can call him.
can you call?
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Please can you knock 226 door because someone waiting for her.
I'm gonna leave it right
Yes.
here. Question,
I will let you know.
there's another box.
So you, there's got like a little trailer, where can I park it at to load stuff?
How long? Like,
We're gonna leave sometime either tonight or in the morning.
yeah, you can park in the back side.
In the backside,
Or front side, sorry. Once you done everything,
yeah,
then park in the front side. You know the
okay, guys, we're gonna go get stuff from the storage.
uh-huh.
But with it being snowy, not plowed, I don't wanna take a chance of it raining
Yeah.
in my vehicle.
Once you
So, could I, like back up right in front
yeah, you
of
can
the
open the
thing?
back door and back everything.
Uh,
You can park in the front side.
Okay, cause I'm gonna, unhitch it right there, where the basketball hoop stuff is. Can I
Okay.
just leave it right there
Yeah, no.
and go storage and come
Yeah.
through? Okay, thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Right here.
Okay.
Anybody?
So
Everybody?
what's her name? No, yeah,
No.
somebody. Somebody come. For the somebody.
I don't know, I was just kidding what you said.
Hello?
How you been? It's okay.
1 second, okay, sir?
What's up, man?
I'll talk to you later, buddy. Right now I'm on the phone. I'm busy. I'm doing my work. Hello? Yeah. You can go. Hello? You can go. I'll talk to you later, okay?
So,
I'm on the phone right now.
yeah. So,
So you can go.
your little brother froze to death.
I don't know.
He was outside, homeless, and he froze to death on the sidewalk.
Hello?
The people that you kick out
I'm
die.
on the phone right now.
The people that you kick out
I'm on the
die.
phone right
They
now.
die.
I'll talk to you later, okay?
They die. They freeze to death.
1 second. Really? I'm sorry for being when I call you. Okay. Talk to you.
Welcome to the State of Vermont Automated Information System. This automated system is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Press or say 3 for automated information. Press or say 4 for general information or to request an application. If you are calling with an emergency, press or say 9. For specific Vermont 211, a program of United Ways of Vermont. Interpretation services are available by request on all live calls. Vermont 211 is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for emergency calls. Please be advised that adverse weather conditions are in effect December 1st through Monday, March 31st. Clients must still meet current eligibility requirements to be housed under adverse weather. You may press 1 at any time during this message to be transferred to our voicemail system, where you may leave a message. This voicemail is monitored 24 hours a day, and calls are returned in the order in which they are received. Adverse weather conditions start Sunday, December 1st at 8 a.m. through Monday, March 31st. Please be aware, guidelines have changed, and only clients meeting current eligibility criteria can be housed during adverse weather. We are currently assisting other callers at this time. You may continue to hold or press 1 at any time during this message to be transferred to our voicemail system, where you can leave a message. This voicemail is monitored 24 hours a day, and calls are returned in the order in which they are received. When utilizing our voicemail system, please leave only one message and be sure to
The
clearly
job
state
that
your
I've been
name,
trying to get
callback number,
is
and
right
the
outside,
reason for
right
your
to
call.
left.
Please note that if you leave more than one message, we will return your most recent call. While we are still assisting other callers, your call is now being transferred to voicemail. Please leave a message and we will return your call in the order it was received. Welcome to voicemail. Please start your message after the tone.
Hey, my name is Casey O'Brien. I am part of the voucher program at the Hilltop in Berlin. We have the guy that owns the place. I've spoken to about 20 people here, and they all have an instance of him specifically targeting them and screaming at them and pointing in their face and getting very physically aggressive, and instances of him making up problems and just flying off the handle. Like, he does not seem okay. And a couple of us have stood up to him and just said, politely, don't talk to us like this. And he said, basically, you can freeze to death. You're gone. I own the place. So we have one woman that got frostbite and lost some of her toes because he kicked her out in her old age for saying, please stop talking to me like this. He knows he does it. He does it on purpose. Today it was an instance of, there were 20 windows open, but he came to my door and accused me of having my window open and bothered nobody else. And I don't do anything wrong. He accuses people of stuff that they don't do. He picks fights. He likes to pick fights with the homeless people that are traumatized and are having a really tough time in life and trying to heal. And they're more respectful than anybody else I've met in life. They don't want to do wrong by him. They don't want to freeze to death. My little brother was homeless and froze to death 2 weeks ago, I swear to God. And he knows that. So he's delighting in threatening to have me freeze to death. So I have to leave Monday for saying basically, please don't talk to me like this anymore and don't talk to anybody like this anymore, because we're traumatized. We don't like it. You're doing it. And he smiles and says, well, you can go outside then and live outside. it's not like it's my house, my rules type situation. It's he's bored and he's getting his rocks off by attacking people, and I've witnessed it for 2 months now. I have some of it on recording. I have testimonies from people that are terrified to speak out, that have been saying that they live in fear of dying. And I'm not exaggerating. I'm calling you for this reason. We don't know what to do. I'm trying to talk to him and get through to him, and he's just getting more and more emotional. He doesn't seem mentally well. And he's making $20,000 a day from us, right? So something's wrong here. And I'm worried for people because of people that have actually suffered and may have died because of this. So if that seems like a serious enough issue, please work with me on something. He's coming up to me to do it again, right now. I stared him down and now he stomped away, throwing his hands up. Because he came with his finger drawn like he's gonna point it right in your face. I don't know why he does it. I've talked to even the workers here. They don't know what to do. The only other people I've seen stand up to him, you know. What's up, guys?
You?
Ken's kicking me out.
For what?
He pointed in my face and slammed on my door and started screaming at me. I said, how would you like it if I got in your face? And he said, you're gone Monday.
Wow.
Everybody here is going through it. But we don't know what to do. So my number is 802-505-8466. I'll do it. 802-505-8466. If I don't call right now, I will call back because I'm going to stay outside and talk to these guys and then go back to my room. But there's a good chance I'll die out here because I don't have anywhere else to go either.
Yeah, I gotta go get my phone ready.
Yeah. It's all right. Look at all this military. You good? Same. I walked around the place. There's 5 windows open right now. My window was open too. The only one had a problem with me. So it just seems like he was practicing, like yelling at people. So I just. Yeah. That's how I feel. So I'm trying to talk to him. My little brother did freeze to death 2 weeks ago because he was homeless. So I told him that he knows that and he doesn't care. He just,
Stop doing it. Let him cool off a little bit.
all right.
Too much.
How you doing? He called him sir. I'm the most disappointed in men.
Oh.
Let's try 211.
Thank you for calling Vermont 211, a program of United Ways of Vermont. Interpretation services are available by request on all live calls. Vermont 211 is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for emergency calls. Please be advised that adverse weather conditions are in effect December 1st through Monday, March 31st. Clients must still meet current eligibility requirements to be housed under adverse weather. You may press 1 at any time during this message to be transferred to our voicemail system, where you may leave a message. This voicemail is monitored 24 hours a day, and calls are returned in the order in which they are received. Adverse weather conditions start Sunday, December 1st at 8 a.m. through Monday, March 31st. Please be aware, guidelines have changed, and only clients meeting current eligibility criteria can be housed during adverse weather. We are currently assisting other callers at this time. You may continue to hold or press 1 at any time during this message to be transferred to our voicemail system, where you can leave a message. This voicemail is monitored 24 hours a day, and calls are returned in the order in which they are received. When utilizing our voicemail system, please leave only one message and be sure to clearly state your name, callback number, and the reason for your call. Please note that if you leave more than one message, we will return your most recent call. While we are still assisting other callers, your call is now being transferred to voicemail.
Who do I call? Who can I call? Well, I can check eBay. I don't see how he's just pretending. Going back and thinking about what he said, it's obvious he's bullshitting. He plays a game where he wins by if you can get yourself kicked out for standing up to him. He wants a motel full of pussies that are scared of him. And his brother, who works nights, was very nice. And he sits on the phone and FaceTime with his wife in India or whatever country. I don't know if he's Nepali or not. He's just lying. He's lying through his teeth. I'm going back through the conversation and pointing out the obvious inconsistencies. Like, there are 5 windows open currently, but my window was the problem.
Notice the smile on her face. Notice the glee in her eyes while being hateful. Welcome to KK Canada. Notice the smile on her face. I don't know how many people.
Who do I call? You want to try Lynn again?
We're sorry, the number you have dialed has calling restrictions that have prevented the completion of your call. Announcement 19.
I said, did you block my number? Question mark. To Lynn. Let's see if she's on Facebook. I mean, at least I'll leave with my dignity. There is nowhere else to go in the state. So I will be back outside. Monday night, it will be 27 degrees. It will drop down to 5 degrees, and then it will go back up to 50 degrees. So it's not that bad. It's just weird. Everyone I spoke to today said that Ken has serious mental health issues and that he's a psychopath that bullies homeless people for fun. He's like the embodiment of what we don't like about how we're treated. And then an hour ago, after Lynn blocked me, my Sagittarius reading of the day from my favorite tarot reader says, "This tyrant tried to turn everyone against you."
Hi there! Would you like to receive a gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And
Patty.
this is the Book of Mormon. Specifically talks about Jesus Christ. I've seen the Book of Mormon be able to change my life so much. We would love to give you one as well. As you can see, we have lots of copies. So click the link below and missionaries will drop it off your house and share a quick little message about Jesus Christ. Thank you.
What about Sag? A message of forgiveness. Somebody may be angry, resentful. Ooh. What the hell's this? Somebody is right angry and resentful here. This is a tyrant. Someone's a tyrant. Maybe because you blocked them? They can't have access to your inheritance? Your karma? Your destiny?
Do I ask him? Man, stuff like this is why I wish I had male role models in my life. I'm happy that I didn't because of the individuality I've achieved through growth on my own. But stuff like this is like, man, I wish there was someone I could call to help me with these instances of I know that I'm being a man here. I know that the right thing to do was to stand up to him and to not give in.
They tried to cut you off all your friendships, all your relationships, wanted total control of you.
Sounds like my mom. And it sounds like my op.
And you ended a cycle and moved on.
I did block all of them.
Now they're feeling foolish. You made a fool of somebody, or they think you made a fool of them. It's almost like you cut them off. You just started ignoring them, and then they turned tyrannical. Someone has turned into a tyrant because
My
You've
dad's
cut
done
them
that
off.
before.
You may have rejected them. And they're thinking like you made a fool of them by ignoring them or something, rejecting them. So they turn tyrannical. It's like they wanted revenge on you. They've tried to cut you off from all your relationships, all your friendships, any potential lover. And you're getting justice and you're getting a victory. And this person's being punished. I mean, you offered them love on a silver platter, but they didn't trust the offer. They ghosted you. And it's almost like now you're celebrating. You've taken your power back. And you could have created something here, a business. You may have transmuted your pain into blessings. You're moving forward at a fast rate. And this person thought that you would be too afraid, that you would compete for them, fight for them, and you're ignoring them. So you got a tyrannical person around you who is a tyrant. It's like they didn't get what they wanted from you, so they turned into a tyrant, going to destroy all of your relationships, all your friendships, wanting to see you suffer.
At noon, I'm going to go back down. I'm going to go with a bunch of smokes
and yeah,
for everybody.
they're going to regret it.
And I'm going to give
Being
everybody
so
free
damn
smokes.
selfish over your happiness.
Because that's mainly what everybody stresses out about all day, is how am I going to get
Told
smokes?
you.
I'm broke.
There you go.
And the only smokes people have here are ones that generous people give for free because they know
So
what
they
it's
may
like.
have given an offer to someone else to get revenge, wanting revenge on you for rejecting them. They could have like, oh well, that's their doing. Yeah, they're all stressed out. Well, that's consequences.
Rate my standing up to
Face
Ken
it.
today when I called him a bully. Respectfully.
You just like, this is going nowhere. It's going nowhere. So I'm going to trust my instincts. I'm going to trust my intuition, and I'm going to take action, and I'm going to be happy. And I'm going to move on, and I'm going to live my life for me now, and I'm going to build a solid foundation, and I'm going to live out my dreams. You're dealing with someone who pretended to be oh so loving, oh they're so kind, they're such a great person, but they were a tyrant.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like my mom
Yes,
and my
they
aunt
were.
and my dad and my cousin and my other cousin.
Attention business owners, this is it. The final 10X Growth Conference. This is your last chance to attend the biggest and greatest business conference of all time.
I don't trust that. I don't trust like that.
They presented a front to other people. They pretended that they, all they did was love you. They were so wonderful. They treated you like,
Mm-hmm.
gave you everything. They're just
Mm-hmm.
a liar.
Mm-hmm.
They're a liar.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, until they didn't get what they wanted from you,
Mm-hmm.
then they would turn tyrannical on you.
Mm-hmm.
behind the backs of other people, things that people didn't see, what goes on behind closed doors. So it's like you trusted your instincts. You've moved on. You've empowered yourself. And you're doing something and worked really, really hard here for your dreams. And it's like someone who is trying to like turn people against you, trying to create an imbalance in your life. Because they want revenge on you, Sag, for rejecting them, ignoring them, maybe giving them the silent treatment. I don't know. You're not doing this intentionally. You're just like, this is going nowhere. I'm not going to be cheated on. I'm not going to be breadcrumbed. I'm not going to be lied to. And you took action on your word. I mean, you told them. You warned them. You meant what you said. You said what you meant. You weren't going to be juggled. You weren't going to be cheated on. You weren't going to be lied to. It's that simple. They didn't believe you? Well, then they got a real dose of reality and they don't like it.
I
Then
left
they
Chloe.
turned into a tyrant on you. Someone turned into a tyrant on you. Like going behind your back and backstabbing you to other people so you would be isolated and
Chloe's mother is a prostitute who makes most of her money by suing people. She has a lawyer down in Springfield, Massachusetts, and she made like $50K, and every now and then she makes $50K by suing people. So after I broke up with Chloe and her other relationship didn't work out and she got pregnant, either her mom convinced her or she used her mom and tried to bait me into something suable. And this was before I knew anything about police and court and all that. But I just had the sixth sense that's what was happening. So I didn't take the bait, and I watched her life go downhill very quickly. And then later I realized that, oh shit, she was literally making up things. She lied to her ex-boyfriend that she dated after me and made me out to be somebody I wasn't, to avoid the fact that she was cheating on him with me. You know what I'm saying? So I have 3. Is Westy here? Is Westy here? It's the weekend. Where's everybody? No way. No way. Aloha. Aloha, Westy. Westy is here watching live. It's just Westy and my mama. What's up, Westy? Westy, were you here for me when I walked around and saw the windows? Can I call Westy? I've assembled the troops.
Hello, Casey.
Hello, Westy. How are you doing this fine day?
I'm doing alright. I'm waiting on duty to call.
Okay. I'm putting out the Westy. Westy, do you have a... If you had a Westy signal, what would it look like?
It would probably be like, I don't know, like a bird or a lion.
A lion bird?
Yeah, lion bird.
I'm pretty sure
Like
that...
a griffin or
I'm
something.
pretty sure that's... The demons in the Bible were lion birds.
That's fucked up. Why do you... Why? That's fucked up.
In Revelations. I know, because my logo used to be a lion and it with a phoenix behind it. And people are like, you can't do that.
Interesting.
The God that makes you go inside to give him all your energy says, don't trust the lion birds. Basically, I thought maybe if you wanted to edit a short of Ken saying your window was open, so I was mad at you, and then the video of me walking around showing all the open windows, and then
Yeah, like if you send me timestamps, I can do that. I don't know.
okay,
Yeah, I couldn't quite. I mean, I could probably hover back to it, or if you just upload the VOD once the stream's over. Your VODs haven't been uploading recently.
I saved it to not overwhelm people with 4 hours of content.
Yeah, no, that like whenever we were getting the VODs like actively from you, like we had too much. Like we had too much on our hands.
That's
We
what I'm
wanted
saying.
like certain clips, but then we would just get overwhelmed and be watching yesterday's stream while you're still live today. Like
I'm trapped in the past, Casey. You're keeping me lagging behind.
no, I don't think it's like a bad thing necessarily because it means that the content is engaging. But like whenever you're missing out on modern content.
Yeah.
Westy, can you teach me how to be a man here?
I think I'm trying to figure that out as much as you are.
Well, I did the this just don't fly around here partner back and forth with him.
Yeah, I do that too.
That just don't fly around here, Ted Bean. We don't like
Exactly.
we
like,
don't
like if somebody does something that I don't like, I'm gonna tell them about it. Like I get, and if that's being then I guess I'm doing it. But like I don't know.
it happens to me a lot. I usually get in trouble because I can't keep my mouth shut when things I don't like are
Yeah,
going
I
on.
do that too a lot.
But a lot of times that's because it's happened so much that we kind of can't take not addressing things.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like after long enough, like you see things and then you don't say anything. Sometimes you realize that it's just more fun to like do whatever the fuck you want.
True.
And that like nothing really matters as much as you think it does. I mean, some things do, but.
Do you think if I leave this motel, my legacy dies with it because I will be forced back out on the street?
I don't necessarily think so, but like, I don't know, like, if that's like what you want. Like, I think you're looking at it from a right now perspective instead of a in 2 weeks perspective.
Yeah, I know that spring is right here.
Yeah, no, and like, don't get me wrong, it is about to get nicer out, like, somewhat.
No, I mean, like,
But,
I don't think I'm doing enough. I know that.
Well, I mean, you can get get a job and still be at the hotel.
Not really.
I mean, like, I don't know what you like want to do. I mean, I'm not trying to
I couldn't
tell
find.
you to do
I couldn't.
anything.
I just couldn't find a job close enough. There's FedEx right up the road, but they won't answer me. That was the
That's
problem.
unfortunate. Did you
Right.
try like calling them or?
Yeah,
Yeah, man, that's unfortunate.
I hounded drivers, and they're like, if they don't call you, they don't need anyone right now.
That's silly. I don't know. I would go in there and like, I don't know, like mail a letter somewhere and just like, yeah, like look like you need a job or be like, bro, I need a job. Like tell them. Maybe somebody in there will be like, I see that you are showing interest.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that's all it takes. Like sometimes they don't need people, but if they see somebody that they like presume would be a good worker, like they'll hire you.
Okay. Westy, this is the war council right now. Boone is MIA.
Boone's missing out. Boone probably needs to figure out how to get a job.
Boone, I don't know what's going to happen with Boone. I don't know what Boone's life is going to be like in 4 years when he has to graduate. Do you think we're going to get nuked?
Whenever Boone graduates, yeah, he's too smart. He's too like based for the greatness of society or for the downfall
Yeah.
of society.
Boone will be actually graduating right around the time the singularity happens.
Oh, the heat death of the universe.
Not the heat death of the universe, but AI gets so powerful it transcends quantum physics and it gains control of the universe. Which is technically, I guess, a heat death by overload of information, but that's the age of Aquarius.
Yeah. I don't know. I just saw like a couple of years ago there was they were running AI SpongeBob, and then Squidward was talking about August 12th, 2036, the heat death of the universe.
I remember that.
You know that clip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite the odd. Almost just got soda in my eye.
You got soda in your eye?
Almost.
So that guy makes $20,000 a day, Westy,
Doing what?
running a motel.
Oh, the evil. Dang, man. How many people stay there? Or does he have more motels?
So it's always, he never has an empty room. He leaves like
He just fully books them out.
he fully books them with homeless people, and he just he bullies them all day. And what the consensus for everyone I spoke to, because it's 150 per person, and they have 100 rooms. So 100 times 100 is 10,000. So plus 150 plus the incentive from government programs to allow him, like insurance money that he doesn't use.
Yeah.
And they have like stuff for him. Like I think
Like, yeah, the government probably pays him money to like repair and like,
that he doesn't do, yeah. And he doesn't
Yeah,
pay
of course. A lot of businesses do that. Like, they just, like, you obviously, like, you'll go in there at one time, and it'll be like, oh, this is an okay business, and then you'll go there 5 years later, and, like, they're on, like, government assistance, or, like, a bill relief type shit, and they're in there, and it's still dirty as fuck, and it's like, why are you still trying to keep this place open? Like, money laundering or something.
I think it's going to a mansion in another country.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Like I know Jamaican farm workers that make $7 an hour, and there's 30 of them on the farm, and they all make $7 an hour, and they live on the farm, so they work 12-hour days. So let's say 20 times 7 is 140. 140 times 12 is about 1,700 around. So they're only really making 1,700 a day, 7 days a week. So they're making 7,000 a week altogether. And then they showed me that they've done it for 3 years, saving all their money, and they were selling COVID masks and doing e-commerce from a barn in southern Vermont. They were sewing masks and selling them online. So I know they were making a lot of money there, but they showed me that they owned an entire neighborhood in Jamaica, and they were living in like a Diddy level mansion. And they had like checker floor tiles on the entryway, and then there's like the Great Gatsby style double spiral staircase going up to a balcony in the foyer. They had one of those type of mansions down there, and they had a whole block worth of them down in Jamaica.
We talking Kai Cenat Diddy, huh?
I think Kai Cenat is Diddy.
That's what I think that too. They look the same person.
Yeah,
and how do you feel about it? Diddy goes to jail right whenever Kai Cenat going up.
But we do have videos of Kai Cenat at 17 years old, but we don't know if that's AI. But I don't think it's AI, because I think he was talking.
But he looks like Diddy.
Yeah, but he could be his son. Kai Cenat never talks about it.
Yeah, but Diddy's still Diddy. Put him in jail. Bloodline, I don't care what it is.
I know Kai.
Bro, he gonna try and put some beds on the side of his basketball court, on the side of his pool. He gonna try and put a bed on inside his garage. I mean, they just gotta lock him up before he tries something.
Did Kai Cenat put beds next to his basketball court?
No, I'm just joking. That's what Diddy did.
Did you see Diddy confronting Drewski in Diddy's bathroom?
No, that's crazy.
There's a video of Drewski going to Diddy's house, and Diddy locked the bathroom door while Drewski was live, and Drewski's just like washing his hands, like I don't know what to do, and Diddy's just. I know that Kai Cenat.
Do you think P Diddy was at the Epstein Island?
I think they're the same network. I think they do the same. Sex trafficking is the biggest industry in the world. So the reason Kendrick made his video, Not Like Us, where he's dancing with a bunch of white shipping containers, is because the shipping containers, like they hinted at in things like Daredevil, the first episode of Daredevil, and also Dexter, like the mainstream shows do talk about it, like Law and Order. That those big shipping containers in those giant freights, they have people on the inside.
Yeah, like a Comex box.
Yeah, and there's like, I don't know how many, like what percentage of those boats are just full of people. But I know.
I mean, any of them that Diddy is expecting have people in them.
No, his mansion is right next door to the biggest port in Miami.
That's why.
So they were saying that he was sex trafficking people through that port, and Kai Cenat moved right next door to him. I think the same way, speaking of Jamaicans that own entire city blocks, I think Diddy owned Kai Cenat's mansion that he stayed in. And it's just weird that Kai Cenat looks just like him. I know we have videos of him as a kid. I don't know about cloning. I don't know if they cloned Kai Cenat or just Kai Cenat has never mentioned his father once in his life.
Diddy, obviously.
Yeah, but Kai Cenat's never mentioned his dad ever. You hear about his mom, and they lived in a nice place. Even though it was in Bronx, it was a big apartment for only one.
Oh, New York's cool, man. It's just like, I mean, like, I don't know, like, big cities are interesting, and definitely, like, if he, like, yeah, like, staying in the city isn't, like, easy, I don't think. I don't know, I don't live in, like, a big city. So.
No, you have to constantly be working. You don't get rest.
Like, I don't know, like, I went to, like, a fancy store, and I told my mom, I was like, oh, that would be cool to work there, and my mom was like, that guy probably doesn't even, like, make enough money to pay for the suit that he's wearing, like, let alone pay for the train ride to work, like, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know how they do it. I know nurses do it, and they can do it pretty well.
Oh, yeah, bro, nurses make the money.
I
I
gotta.
wanna find a nurse and live in her house.
I have one, but she's got somebody right now. And then the only other nurse I can offer you has herpes. So so I can't.
Bro, can she use her nerd skills to get the fuck rid of that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll give you her Facebook.
No, I don't
It's
want
my
her
cousin.
Facebook shit.
It's
I
my
don't want herpes.
it's my cousin Ariana the Aries of the Aryan Nation. I think she does have.
Aryan Nation?
Yeah, I think her dad's a real racist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Aryan is like a no thing.
But he's Czech. He's got like dark skin, but he's dark skin white. He's not African.
Bro,
He's
yeah,
Czech.
Casey, like, bro, I've met like homophobic gay people. Like, bro, there's racist like people of
Yeah.
ethnicity. Yeah, I used to go to school with this kid who was gay, and he like hated gay people, which was like really crazy. I was like pretty good friends with him.
I thought gayness was a disease for a long time.
That's crazy. I don't know. I just never really gave a fuck.
I thought it.
Like, I'm not fucking gay, so what does it fucking matter to me?
I thought it was a mental disorder that spreads through psychological manipulation. It was like Elon Musk said, when the first time he ever went on Joe Rogan, he talked about that society has a lot of mind viruses, like things that take over people's minds. Like their belief systems get so like contorted with garbage information, sort of like mine, where I'm like obsessing about the number 33 and 11. I'm like looking at the clock and I see that it's 2, 3, 11 right now. And my mind goes, okay, that's confirmation for something that doesn't even, that what, I'm in a simulation and they're communicating with me. That's a mind virus, even if it's true. And then eventually you get to the truth. But for a long time, I was like, man, the trauma that was inflicted upon me by pedos really did destroy my sense of confidence. That was my pride and joy. Like women were all I thought about. I was a sex addict. And then all I did was game girls, and my whole life was just talking to 20 or 30 different girls and just walking down the street and meeting new girls and getting phone numbers and then going to see them and then going back to my girlfriend and then getting bored with my girlfriend and leaving that night. I obsessed about women since I was 13 years old when they used to spit at me. And then when I was 20 and during COVID, I was trapped in my room, and then I learned spirituality. And then the psychic upstairs said he could read my energy. And then he empathized with me in a way I'd never experienced before. And then he got me high and tried to fuck me. He tried to convince me I was gay.
That's crazy.
So I had to sit there and like, I had just learned about how to empathize with people and be more vulnerable. And now the guy wants to make it gay. I'm like, it's not gay. All I was thinking about was like, man, I can't wait to go love my girlfriend more. But then it was like somehow he like something with the food, like when he fed me something, I don't think he roofied me or anything, but I think that like the ritual of him feeding me, yeah, he like lit incense and stuff. And it just like, I was not like, my experience of opening up to a higher level of empathy was immediately attacked by people I didn't want to empathize with. So it was like I downloaded the wrong. No,
dude, this place smell like shit. Like, sometimes I like incense when people come over, because I'll be like, I just had taken a shit, and I'll be like, I hope it don't smell like shit.
I mean, back then I would convince myself that the smell of the poop particles was embedding their consciousness into my mind.
Yeah, so wait, would you rather smell poop or smell, gay?
I mean, now I think I would just repel them.
No, because I'm not going to try and change your mind about the incense. That's just funny, but...
Yeah, I don't think the incense was gay. It was I think it was the drugs.
It was the combination.
It was the drugs he gave me. There was something in the drugs he gave me that really messed me up. And I got out of there, but it wasn't normal weed. And he said that he was a psychic and he had an Irish dog named Ra, an Irish wolfhound, and he
That's sick.
yeah, he said that he studied with the Navajo for half of his life, and then he traveled across Europe for the other half and learned from Druid schools. So he had like an altar, and he was doing actual magic up there.
Irish wolfhound.
And I mean, I literally would be walking around my house, and then suddenly I was flooded with thoughts of me having sex with the guy. And I would be walking.
Dude, that is a fucking sick dog. I thought you made that up. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I thought you made that up. That's a fucking sick dog.
So he
I
had-
don't like
yeah.
big dogs, but that is a fucking cool
I
dog.
just want to make it clear for YouTube. What it was, I was not thinking about having sex with the man. What it was that I was walking around worried that I had just been converted. I was like, how do I reorient? And I feel like I've been changed by a traumatic experience. And then because he had also submitted the idea of magic into my brain, it was like suddenly I was constantly ruminating and worried that he was trying to like do something to me. And then I would feel suddenly it would like hit the top of my head, and I would see his brain or his mind the way that when I got high I felt it. And then all of a sudden it felt like it would stream in his intentions of his attraction to me. So I would do push-ups and walk around and feel like, what the fuck? How do I resist this? How do I change it? I'm like fighting the guy. And then he would walk down the stairs during that battle I was having with the guy in my mind. He would walk down the stairs and go next to my door and start giggling. So he would sit up there and astral project and try to fuck with me. And then when it
Yeah,
really,
that is a
when it
little
got
bit
to
gay.
when it got to me, he knew what was happening, and he would come further. He would go stand outside my window and start singing my songs. He would during those battles, he would go outside my window. He would blast my favorite artist that only I knew about. Like nobody knows that I used to drive around because I was fucking 18 years old. I'm not going to tell anybody I like to drive around and listen to Maggie Rogers because I like the way that her vocal harmonies sound, and I want to learn how to apply that vocal harmony to my music. You know, I'm not going to tell people I drive around bumping this female folk artist. I tell people I listened to A Boogie back then because I did. But he would pull his car up next to my window and he would blast my favorite song by Maggie Rogers. Which the only way for him to know that is if he was in my mind when I was 16 years old. You know what I'm saying? And then he didn't know that I had a Puerto Rican girlfriend. But he would come to my window and he would play Puerto Rican music. He would,
That's fucking
yeah, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to leave the house at 11:55 because I have to make an appointment at noon. That guy would never leave his house until like midnight, but for some reason at 11:56 he was right outside my door. Stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about. Like obvious spiritual stuff that I couldn't comprehend because I was alone. That's what I mean. I don't mean I was having gay thoughts.
No, I think the stream understands. I think the stream understands.
I know Boone gets it, and that's all that matters. Boone said
Yeah,
Boone said a crow came to his
Boone understood from the first word. You didn't even have to speak. You could have just said one word, and Boone knows what you're saying.
Boone says that the crows try to rape his mind. And it wasn't like I feel the same way you feel. He's like, no, I've thought about that for a long time and I didn't know what to do about it. And now I have you. Okay. I'm going to go outside with this. Let's try to mobile hotspot and see if I can do both. Keep the live stream going. Be on the phone with Weston. Fucking mobile hotspot this bitch and see if both work. I should be expecting a call
On the phone with Weston.
with Weston Thompson.
Dude, why didn't you know my name?
You told me last night, bro. I just doxed you. They're gonna find out where you take a shit, and they're gonna fly a drone outside your window.
Lucky for me, listen to this one, John. I don't have a window in my bathroom, so stop trying. I see your drones, I see your crows, and I see your pigeons. Stop trying it, man. They're not gonna see me take a single.
Do you ever see green lasers?
Yeah, they're all over here.
Are you lying?
A little bit.
Have you
Oh,
ever?
no, I got some like vision damage from eating mushrooms. I do be kind of like seeing shit sometimes.
I mean, I think it's just like changing the frequency of your mind to be able to process a higher bandwidth where you can connect to a different internet biologically. Like, I think that empathy.
Yeah, being a part of the fungal network.
It could be the fungal network. I don't really.
Mycelium network.
I don't know how to describe it other than. I mean, that's a whole different beast than a spiritual bandwidth, but there is definitely like a connection that I developed to the forest the longer I stayed out there, and I was able to start becoming. But I'm an 11, and you're a 2, so maybe. I mean, if you go sit in the woods, can you sort of pick up on the birds are about to chirp before they chirp?
Oh yeah.
And can you kind of see why they're chirping? Like if you just stay there long enough, you can sort of understand.
Oh yeah. Like my grandpa used to like birds a lot, so then I started like watching, or not like watching birds, but like paying attention to birds more, and like listening to the birds.
Okay.
No, I know what you're saying. Like I'm on the bandwidth of the birds.
I am listening. Where's my lighter? Okay. Let's put my other shoes on. Westy makes music, and Westy, you make good music, man.
That's crazy. I'd be like, I don't know, I'll just be having fun. Like,
that's what it should be.
Definitely. A lot of people make music for like, like, I can understand like having a message, but it's like some people try to like force something, and it's like, if I'm not feeling like making something, I'm gonna close it and be like, okay, I'll work on that whenever I feel like working on that.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I'm literally a reincarnated warrior or if I'm doing Shaolin monk roleplay, but sometimes when I get in the studio, it'd be like I'm training for a battle, honing my skills.
I think you and Larry would have fun in the studio.
I try when I go back and forth with them. It's like I get sucked into Larry's stale air.
We gotta find out how much a bus ticket from Vermont to Decatur is.
Where would I sleep?
We'd find you somewhere.
I mean, if I had...
Dude, I got a couch. Like,
I know Larry do have an apartment. Larry do have his own place. I ain't gonna lie. But Larry has a girlfriend, I think. It's hard to tell.
they don't live there.
Sometimes I feel like Larry is lying about his girlfriend. Sometimes I think he does have one.
Sometimes I think he is too. I'm not gonna say it too loud.
You think Larry's bullshitting about his girlfriend? She goes to another school.
I didn't say that, Daisy. Yeah, I didn't say that. She goes to another school.
You wouldn't know her. She goes to another school.
Yeah, she goes to the other one, the one across town.
She's still in the town. It's fucking snowing out. Yo. You want one? I'm giving cigarettes to people. She was like, no. Fine, don't take my generosity. All right, stream is up. It's cold as hell, it's snowing. Okay.
What do you call your Rolly cigarette there? Like,
My indigenous tobacco.
you call it the indigenous tobacco. I like that. Those were either like the grandma cigarettes or the cowboy killers. Like, holy yeah.
We're gonna go get
Or a Rolly. I wondered if there was any funny Vermont slang for cigarettes.
There's always somebody.
Most. Am I on?
Hello? See? No, you don't get card today. Somebody drop you. I'm at the front desk. Can you come to the front desk, please? Maybe he's going to lunch.
Gotta talk to Al.
There you go.
He's coming? Okay.
What you need?
You okay?
I was going to your room to get you, and you were right here.
Yeah. Went outside. There you go.
Your light went out?
Huh?
What happened?
Wendy's up.
Yeah, it is.
So are you going to that thing Wednesday night? To the musical?
I don't know. Ken's kicking me out.
Huh?
Ken's kicking me out.
Ken's kicking you out?
Yeah. He got really mad. He got really mad and pointed in my face, and I pointed back at him.
Right? Yeah?
Come here. One second.
He wants you.
If you want to stay,
Yeah.
you have to give me the writing. Next time, if someone come into your room, housekeeper, I will clean your room. They help you, but you have to write in.
No, the room will stay clean.
Yeah, I know the room is clean,
So
but
when I got here, I was living outside, and I had been
I
outside.
don't know.
I'm telling you,
Oh,
I had been outside for a year, so I was like an animal. So I was scared. So I'm not used to people coming up and like, do this now or you will go outside and freeze. That scared me. I'm used to police hurting me. Like police will come up and hurt homeless people for fun. People really do hurt people outside. So I didn't like that.
I will talk to you.
Okay.
So this is what it is, Jason.
Yeah.
You're a young man. You want people to respect you,
Yeah.
they gotta give the respect to you, as well as you give the respect to them. He
Yeah.
talks fast. You gotta take time to listen to it. He don't want to kick you out. You know,
Yeah.
he just wants you to make sure you're safe. His responsibility is all of us in here. You know?
Yeah. So, I mean, I talked to everybody. He was mad that my window was open.
Mhm.
Everybody, I walked by, there's 5 windows open.
Mhm.
But, yesterday he had me bring all my stuff down.
Mhm.
You saw that? There were like 4 or 5 other people
Mhm.
that he did not do that to.
Mm.
It was only me. And then this morning, he comes over and he slams on my door like, bow, 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 bow. And he gets,
Excuse me? Hello?
miss.
So, there.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, so and then he got in my face, pointed like this close, and you don't like it. Nobody likes that.
Mhm.
People are really mad about it. So this morning I said, you got to stop talking to me like that. First off. Second off, how would you like it if I said, go get me a blanket? And he didn't like that at all. And I said, I don't like it either. So then I said, I stood there and waited for him to go knock on the next door neighbor's door. And then he said, go back in your room. And I said, I don't think I'm gonna. I said, I'm gonna wait to see if you treat her differently than you treated me, because I don't deserve to be treated like that. And he was like, knocked on her very respectfully and was completely different to her. And I said, that's what I'm talking about. You're treating me poorly for some reason that I don't deserve.
Well,
And then I tried to tell him that's not respectful.
everything is over with now. He's letting you back in there. That's a blessing from God. So nobody deserves to be out here in this country.
God told me to go get you in your room, and you were right there.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
There's a reason, because I try to be good, mind my business, help those that can help, or who God want me to help, talk to, or whatever. But when he's telling these stories and you telling this story, he didn't lie. He said the same thing you saying. All because there was a misunderstanding about knocking on the door, about the windows that you was complaining about being open, and everybody else wanted to go. They still, that's all. That's all I was doing. So.
But he talked to you about it? He talked to you about it?
Yeah, I was concerned. Why are you down here? You'd never be down here. What's going on? He told me. Same thing you told me. Like he said in front of me, he's not kicking you out.
Okay.
All right. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said he wanted me to write him a letter saying that if housekeeping shows up to my door, I have to let them clean my room, which has never been a problem. It's not. My room's clean. It was my microwave that was bad.
But no, housekeeping just like yesterday. I open my door, let Jeremy clean. I stay right there in my room and watch him clean. Your boss wants you to clean my room, then clean my room. I'll do what I got to do. But no, if they got to get in your room, let them come in there. You ain't got nothing to hide. You're not doing nothing wrong. Simple as that. Let them clean. Stay on the outside. But some people, they just don't have the respect. It gives the respect back. Hey.
You need a cigarette?
Please.
Yeah, that's why I made them.
Thank you. Fixing to go to the store. Fixing to go to the store.
Are you?
Yeah, I ain't picking up much. Not picking up much because I'm going by myself. It's cold.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about how you got this dog? Because I want one.
I was very lucky. I was staying in a different motel, and my depression and my anxiety just hit me really hard. Had a bad Christmas with my kids. The first lady that I met when I moved into the motel, she had her and her sister and another dog. They got an apartment, but they could only take 2 with them. And
That's good timing.
I asked her if at all possible if I could get her, and she showed up Christmas Eve. Toys, blanket, everything. She's purebred, microchip. She's the best Christmas present I ever received.
Yeah.
My forever Valentine's and my pot of gold. And she's been the blessing that I've been needing. I don't know how you would get one just like her.
It's probably expensive.
They gave over $1,000 for her.
Yeah. That's not, I mean, that's like 1 week of full time. Like FedEx, like every day.
Right.
I've been trying to get FedEx. They won't call me back.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe they're full. They don't need workers.
Well,
I don't want to go all the way to
they close
Burlington.
on Saturday to 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Monday morning, get on the phone, call dispatch, and do what you got to do, man. If you got a package coming, where's my package? Give them your tracking number. You just want to know where it's at. If they didn't drop it here, usually the postmaster will drop it off. Because it's a big pack. If it went to the post office, you got to find out that. Did they take it to the post office? Because sometimes they can't
Here
get
you can mail from here,
they
but
can't
you
get
can't.
here.
You can mail. You can receive mail, but you can't mail it from here.
You can mail, just put it in the damn box, put the flag up. That's what I would do. Nobody can't stop you from your mail. Walmart got a big mailbox on the outside of their store. Right there.
Yep.
Right there.
Can I get your opinion on something else?
What's that?
There's a guy I'm from Brattleboro. There's a guy in my hometown who he's like 40. He's a veteran. He did have problems with drugs. He's in recovery, but he started off and he blew up on social media because he would go out to homeless people and he would put the camera in their face and be like, "Nobody wants you here. Get the fuck out of our town."
Well, he's wrong.
Yeah, and now he got in trouble for that. So now he waits for dispatch to call in arrests. So he goes to get them freaking out at the cops. And now his community on Facebook is like getting their address, getting them trespassed from half the town.
Well, he's wrong.
People are sending like families pictures of their assault rifle just sitting outside their house. And there's a big part of Brattleboro that's like celebrating him, and he's got thousands of people that are like really into it. And he started a political committee to take money from us to end these services.
He needs to get his ass kicked.
Yeah.
He needs to be locked up. That's all.
Yeah, he
the
does.
police need to lock his ass up. Yeah.
Because until you walk in another person's shoes, you have no right to judge nobody.
Nobody.
There's only one man that has the right to judge anybody.
Judgment Day.
Yes, man.
And everybody them the
Is
bus.
this the my right or is this the shuttle?
My right.
Am I right?
To say it came from the wrong direction, but I'm ready to roll. Get this over
Well, as
with.
soon as you're going to buy them all. Well, what's going now, the 81 is coming right halfway into the parking lot. Because it's illegal for them to stop like that and people get on what's called for a car, truck, or whatever. See, that's 81. No, that's the hospital.
All right.
go.
Nice to meet you. Cool.
Yeah. Get on the bus. Yeah. Mind my business. Thank you, Lord. I just thank you. I just thank you. I know you able to turn it around. You know.
Do you go to church?
Hey, how you doing, miss?
Do you want a cigarette?
Huh?
Do you want a cigarette?
Do I have a cigarette?
Do you want one?
Sure.
I rolled a bunch.
Oh, you don't have none? I'm just kidding.
Thank you, dear.
No problem.
How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Hanging in there?
Thank God, yeah.
Did you call your brother?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, they haven't heard from me. I don't try to bother nobody. I'm my own business. Leave me alone. You know? But usually in my family, we try to call one another. There's only 6 of us left, so we try to stay in touch. But,
Well, I know, but if they call me, I'll worry.
you know, I'm good. Thank you for that.
Does it say COB on your
CCB.
CCB?
Can't call bullshit.
Can't call bullshit.
No, it was the initials in my ex.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm calling it now. Is can't call bullshit.
Better.
It's better.
My initials are COB, so I thought it was my initials.
That do. That would be a weird.
That Twilight Zone stuff's happening a lot lately.
It's in the universe.
Yeah.
It's in the universe. The whole damn world's going crazy.
There's just one man. He got it all.
Yeah.
You know?
We
Don't
just-
bother me. I don't worry about it. He got it
What
all.
people don't realize is this has been happening for millennia.
Yeah.
It's just that we're so saturated in
Yeah.
social media and mainstream media, and it's all right in our face.
Yeah, and
Constant.
you're constantly on
You
the
got
phone.
2 of them in your head
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. There's a system. Like
There's an algorithm.
no, I mean in the way the universe is. Like they've been keeping track, like astrology, and I have people on Discord, like autistic people, that go deep on the spirituality side of it because they want to figure it out. Like, what's happening? Why does this the Pope wears a fish head? The Jesus was the fish.
Yep.
It's just the age of Pisces. He's a Pisces. He
My daughters were, my sisters.
yeah. And that's the revelation where the truth is revealed, and then there's the big trumpet sound. They're just talking about the age of Aquarius. We're moving right now. We just moved into Aquarius, where they've been for 1,000 years. They said technology is going to get out of control. Artificial intelligence is going to get so big that it becomes a part of us. And then-
AI is already.
Yeah.
You know, there's people going to jail over AI, CCTV recordings. Like that's.
What's up, Wes? Wes, what's up? All right.
Yep. That's all it is that we're transitioning to a whole different way that the universe is going to work. And I'm scared. I don't know what the lake of fire in the Bible is,
I'm not scared.
but they said that if you don't make the cut, you go there.
I'm not scared.
You're not scared?
Don't let
Yeah,
the
you
bad
think-
people going there. God's gonna snatch his people up for
Free
everything.
pass on the river
I'm
Styx,
telling
buddy.
you.
I ain't even playing with
You
that.
won't even see that shit. God's gonna say, zoop, you, zoop, zoop.
Okay.
And the ones that's in the fire that's going to hell will go to hell.
But there's also,
Yep.
I wouldn't call it conspiracy, but there are archangels
Mhm.
among us now.
Oh, yeah.
100%. And it goes, it's like some days it's like so staged.
Yeah, how are
And
you?
then
You want a
it
cigarette?
goes-
I made a bunch for people if you want one.
I think another one is on mine, though.
Yeah, I'll give you two.
Oh, you're awesome.
Well,
So I just
man,
went and got
you need to
tobacco.
go upstairs and go to bed. If you've been up late.
So what
Hey.
happened the other night? Did anybody
Seriously,
ever find
you're
out?
tired. It's in your eyes.
Yeah.
You know.
I stayed up yesterday so I could
Well,
call
you
in my
said you
voucher.
couldn't get it.
Oh, you can't do nothing. But
Yeah,
you can do it.
Billy's
After
a
4
little
o'clock or
monster.
something.
He thinks
You
he's
call
super
the
to lay on
visit?
their floor or just a regular bed sheet
You
to
did?
lay on top of.
Did what?
Call in.
Yeah, yesterday.
Okay. You're all good.
That's what I was mad about. Because he made me take.
Not that he
there was
doesn't
like
have a bed on his
there was
own
3
on
people
a-
that had to
on
go,
a
but he only
regular-
made
he
me
has
take
his
my
own
stuff,
bed with his
and then he
beds
pretended he
on.
didn't
He
have
has
the
his own
voucher when I
bed
could see it.
literally.
Mm.
Besides,
I saw he had the voucher.
What
And he
is
said,
somebody else is doing?
yeah. You just
Are
like,
you upstairs?
yeah,
Where are you at?
235.
Okay, I knew you were. I'm on 241. I heard something yesterday, and I thought it was you. I only work 1 day a week here, so
Okay. I don't think so.
no, I might not have been you.
I have a guitar. I go in the bathroom and lock it and sing.
Yeah, you're the one that bought a guitar from
Yeah.
the guy the other night, and he said you gotta tell them they got. Blah, blah, blah.
How you doing, bro?
Well, they're just in.
All right, all right. All right, all right.
Oh, this weather is ridiculous. It was
It's,
in the 40s like 3 days ago.
I know.
well, next week's gonna be good. 36, 38, 40, 40, 40. Yep. Next
Sunny
week.
and 75.
I wish.
That's
Oh, my
Florida.
daughter called me. She's in Tennessee. She called me. She said,
Florida.
Mom, it's like so hot. It was like 72 degrees.
For some
Got
days,
it?
it was like,
I'm like, well, what?
oh, that is right. What is this? What? I'm following you.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yeah, look to the cat. Come back. Get on your knees. Have some forgiveness. From God. That's it. That'll make your day right. You know, people don't give a damn what you go through. It's only you. You gotta make it right.
Damn, don't drink that.
You want one?
You get cancer and what the fuck is that?
I made them for everybody. If you want one.
Yeah, congrats to the new
I can
farmer.
have one?
I made them to hand out.
Fuck yeah, I'll take it.
Tired of asking. I bought a bunch of Want one?
No, no,
Uh,
Did you hear me? Congrats on the
Ain't
farmer.
nobody hearing you.
Congrats on the farmer.
Who did what?
The new place. Congratulations on the new place.
Oh, Dad.
Yep, that's too right.
Yeah,
Yeah, congrats.
I don't have it.
You were dad. Don't get play that carefully. You were dad.
It's
You were dad.
That's what
if it was official, I would say
Yeah,
thing.
but Jeremy's
But it's
also
not.
wanting.
Not yet.
Good.
Sign papers in that day. Not
Thank
yet.
you
That's
so
all.
no
much.
problem.
Yeah, I think I made too much.
Yeah. If you work here?
Subsidized.
Yeah.
if he says something, just stand up. Like I stood up to him today. He tried to kick me out. He changed his mind.
Ah, no.
Don't talk bad.
Don't do that. Don't talk about God already set the problem for you. You picking up nothing devil have victory.
And still people don't let him,
Devil's having victory over you. No.
don't let him stand. Don't let him
God
talk to you
damn,
that way.
you talk to me that way. I heard something about the devil.
I can pick up what he's trying to say.
I've been trying.
If the devil want to wreck your world, he's going to wreck your world. So you're going to put ideas in your head and you're going to get upset because you're human and you're going to talk back. And God already solved the problem. You don't do nothing with that. Leave it alone. But too many people put things in God's hands and they take it out and put it back in. It don't work that way.
So do you think that Ken coming up to me today and then 4 other people coming up to me to talk about Ken and they didn't know that I stood up to him today?
I would walk away. None of their business.
It made people feel better because people were worried
How
that
old are you?
25.
Yeah.
None of their business, man. None let people talk about their business. But they're gonna talk about you when you're back.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, they're gonna do.
They already do.
All right, then. Believe it or
Have
not.
you not done it about me?
Oh yeah.
See?
Believe it or not.
And look at that.
Yeah,
And
so
I'm
I'm
sitting here
72
talking,
years old, and I'm
and I'm-
proud. My father kept me. I just need a wild woman. And they be shaking, beat a body down.
You know what?
No, you don't. No, but that is
I know you don't know because I haven't told you yet.
what.
But I will tell you.
What's that, Joe?
I even offered my dad to go to the fucking titty bar.
Mm-hmm.
You want to go to the titty bar?
Is there one around?
Huh?
Where is it?
I don't fucking know. Tit bar's tit bar.
Yeah.
Tits aren't gonna move. I wanted to talk to Dad about going to the bar. He said, no.
He showed me the other
I
picture.
said, okay, then we're going disc golf. He said, no.
He showed
I
me
was
the
like,
other picture. The
you
snatch.
disc golf at all?
The snatch.
I've done it a few times. I'm from Brattleboro.
Yeah.
The
that's-
snatch. He showed me the picture of the snatch.
Well, I don't think they like disclose that information online. But
Oh, my hands are cold.
he's all want to be big, bad, and tough. I'm like, dude, I get some fucking double D shaking in front of your face. What is that shit called? Hypnotism? Yeah, I'll hypnotize you with that.
He would be hypnotized too.
I know.
Don't do
It was
that.
like,
guy.
you think I'm scared of it? Shit.
I've been trying to bring my dad to a strip club
Oh, shit.
for a long time.
I haven't been to a fucking strip club in 16 years.
I think the closest one's Connecticut.
I'm that old.
You don't
The
look.
first time I went was 18 years old.
You look 30. I'd say you were
Yeah, I
30.
appreciate that.
Massachusetts.
It's not too far off.
I'm going in. My hands are cold.
All right.
Hey, brother.
Yeah. You don't want to see it?
So you don't want to ride?
Where?
Just chitty bar.
No.
No?
When are you going?
You scared? You gonna get a heart attack? Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll come back the other way. He'll be leaning the other way.
Straight up. Y'all stiff. That's funny. That's funny. That's a good one.
All right. I'm Casey, man. I'm going.
Oh, that's good.
Nice to meet you.
My cigarette going myself. Joel.
Joel, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right. If you're going, let me know. I'll go with you. Let me know. It's cold.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Is Weston still here?
Yeah, I was just about to chime in.
You want to go back out?
Huh? I'm hungry.
Weston wants to. You want to talk to Joel?
No, it's all good.
All right. I'm going to bed. I'm going back.
Oh, that's your lawyer.
Casey Lore.
Yeah, it's not Westy Lore.
What's Westy Lore?
I don't know. Like,
It's all good.
oh, Westy Lore today
You wanna
is
say that?
I'm going to Chicago.
I had a hard time breathing.
Yeah, that's why I quit keep my smoking. But
Do you want, I don't want to offer you a cigarette after that.
I got a bad
right?
You want one?
No,
respiratory
thank you.
I rolled one for everyone.
Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You want one?
No, thanks.
All right. I don't want them. I need to quit too.
I keep quitting and keep going back every time I'm in the situation. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Not doing it now, so keep it that way.
Dude, did you bend your room key?
No.
No. Oh, it just looks like that.
No, I don't want to talk to Ken. he did a bunch of bullshit. He made me go downstairs, and then he only gave me a key card for 1 day when he gives everybody else key cards for 2 weeks. So he's been making me go down just to get more. And
He just wants to see your face, Casey.
he misses me, man. No, I think he feeds off of my confidence.
Oh, he's being an energy vampire?
Yeah, I think that the whole thing was about that.
Vampiric.
He survives off the fear of others.
Bro, he makes you go down every day because shit's crucial. Like, he needs that.
He needs to feel like he got me. Like I bent to his will. And that's why he kept making up problems. But that, you know, Al OG be spitting some real facts. He said that when we were talking about Ken, he was saying that don't let the devil get to you, because that's what's going on with Ken, is that the devil's in his ear, making him think things that aren't true, and then they get mad, and then you guys go and talk shit about each other. Spewing that hate around. Don't do it. But I'm like, no, I'm trying to encourage people to stand up to him so that he learns a better way. So that he learns he can't do that anymore. Because when he thinks it's okay because people listen to him. So that validated that behavior for too long. And then his leeway, like his compromise, was that he wants me to write him an apology letter. That's what he told me just now, before I went outside. He's like, if you want to stay, you need to write me a letter. And I said, no.
You should have told him that the Eric Andre quote that he said earlier.
Nightmare.
No, actually it wasn't the quote from Eric, but it was the dude from the car dealership.
I don't trust like that.
Yeah. You didn't see me in chat. You were too busy talking.
What else is new?
I mean, not a problem.
Yeah. Give me something to laugh. I've decided that I'm Morbius. Morbius wasn't a bad movie. Morbius isn't a bad movie at all.
No, I thought that was like the joke about it was that the critics hated it. Like,
It had a 13% on Rotten Tomatoes.
yeah, I never watched it.
It's good.
But, like, I heard a couple of people say that it like wasn't the worst movie they've ever watched.
They're like, it's a Marvel movie, so they're expecting Tony Stark quips. But I'm like, no, it's a Sony Marvel movie. It's Spider-Man. It's the universe, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. That's what it is. You have to look at it like...
Oh, like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man?
Yeah, like that darkness, and there's no real quips, and it's about character development, and they try to make you invested in the character, and the action sequences are unique. Like Marvel movies is very cartoony. Morbius is fucking dope. I watched it twice. They played it twice in a row, and I watched it both times last night. It was Morbin time for 6 hours last night.
That is a new one.
It's been Morbin time. It's been Morbin time all week. I've been morbing secretly up in my room for a while now.
You gotta watch like, what's that one Lego movie?
Lego Batman.
That's a movie?
They have multiple Lego Batman. They have a whole franchise of Lego Batmans.
Well, yeah, I know, bro. Like, you want me to turn on the webcam and show you a Lego Batman right now?
Yeah.
Damn, hold on. I gotta find a Lego Batman now, bro. Oh no. Do I not have any Lego Batman now? It's actually fucked up. Oh, bro, I got the boat. boat. It's dusty as hell, Casey. I've had this since I was like young. Look, it's the boat.
Let me see. Hold up. He's got the Lego boat.
The Batman boat.
He's got the Lego Batman boat. What the fuck does Batman need a boat for? He can fly.
I don't fucking. Wait, he can fly?
Yeah. He has wingsuits. He has a jet. He has a car that turns into a boat.
Oh, yeah, he has the cape.
He already has grappling hooks and wingsuits like Spider-Man. He already has a car that turns into a plane. That boat is just billionaire jerking himself off. I want a boat too. It's Morbin time for Batman. He has to eat up all of our dreams and stun on us. Well, shit feels different.
It hit different.
Life be hitting different after multiple conversations with Kenneth today.
Kenneth. Do you know his last name?
Prick.
Kenneth Prick. Kenneth Dickhead.
Kenneth
Fucktard.
Dickhead.
Dickhead.
Dickhead. Fuck, I got mad and fucking... I thought I was getting kicked out, and I thought he was gonna get worse. So I rolled my
No,
sleep.
I didn't really think you were gonna get kicked out.
Of course, you stand up to the narcissist, they freak out.
Put them in their place. But do it the right way. Do it the calm way. And show your nobility.
I told him that. I mean, I tried. Did you see the first time when I was at the desk?
Yeah.
What would you rate that?
Like a 6.
Yeah. What should I have said?
Like,
they die. They die, Ken.
like, yeah, that was what I was gonna say. Like, there's a warrior there, but like, I feel like.
And then I refuse to leave.
I feel like that's. I feel like that's not exactly like what he's saying.
Well, I felt some sass from him. I felt like I have a customer. I'm doing my job. So I don't have to acknowledge my own behavior. I said, no, you're going to fucking talk to me. And if not, you're not going to escape me. I'm going to stand there and watch you talk to other people. Just to highlight, because he knows how he treated me. And he knows that, why do you treat me differently than other people? And he said, I don't. So then I stood with him so that he had to talk to them differently in front of me. Because I knew he would not talk to them the way he spoke to me. So I stood there to acknowledge.
Yeah, no, whenever the other people were there.
Because I figured at least I could get on camera if he changed. Because that was the whole argument. It's like, he treats me different for no reason. So I was going to have him hopefully say like, okay, sir, anything you say, sir. And then he looks at me and goes, you're a fucking dog. Move. Sit or I'll have you freeze.
Just like how whenever you called the lawyer, you said, you're nothing.
And then I'm getting arrested and the cop is choking me out, pinning me against the ambulance. And I go, your world is over.
Yeah.
That was a sad day. I said, be kind. Very emasculating day. It was Morbin time for the Morristown PD. Westy doesn't know how to respond. They, did you watch that video? Westy is left.
Oh, I was just on mute for a second. Which one? The you got arrested?
The Morristown time.
I don't think so.
That's crazy. That's like the biggest Casey lore of the fall of 2024 was Casey got harassed by cops. And then,
Oh no, that was the one where you were in the tent and you got pepper sprayed, right?
yeah.
No, I saw that. Okay, I don't know. You just phrased it odd.
Yeah, they pepper sprayed me and dragged me out of the tent, and then they called an ambulance. Like I heard when I watched it back, they did call an ambulance, but they wouldn't tell me that they called an ambulance. They would just smile and look at me and say nothing.
And I watched that live, and I had to tell Boone and Ware about it. Boone and Ware didn't know about that, bro.
How the hell did you get? How did you know that Boone existed?
I'm Boone in your Discord.
Okay, but you've been speaking to them outside of the Discord?
Not really.
It's not a bad thing. It's just I didn't know that I didn't know that Game of Thrones was happening.
Game of Thrones is crazy.
I didn't know
No,
that.
I mean, I have messaged Boone a couple times. I mean, it's not like I'm like actively talking to Boone.
I message them outside the Discord and they don't answer.
That's funny.
Where will not
I'm
answer?
gonna click on our DM. What does it say?
Boone is the only one that talks to me.
Oh,
outside.
okay. The last time I talked to Boone was the other day whenever he was on the stream, and I said, "Are you on the phone with Casey?" He said, "Yes." And I said, "You are one of legend, part of the prophecy." And then Boone said, "He said that I'm a little him," or some shit like that.
I said that we have the same autism.
Some shit like that.
I said that you have the same thing I had when I was your age, and that your creative nature is a gift and not to conform to social conditioning and to just grow and be cool without doing what I did, which was put on a show for people. Like how he said he made a joke to make people laugh and the girls were very mad. I said, you're going to recognize the more you stay in your own lane, in your own world, and just adapt from growth, you'll realize there's nothing wrong with you, man. I did get a little preachy at the end. I said I'm proud of you for being as strong as I was, because your parents are not in your life right now. But that was because my little brother died, and I was like, if I die tomorrow, I want to help Boone something.
Yeah, I feel like Boone like has a pretty good grasp on like the world.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he for his age, he really definitely knows a lot. Like I feel like understands the value of money. Like he knows what $1 is worth compared to $10, compared to 100, compared to 1,000. Like.
How the fuck did you extrapolate that from Boone talking
Bro,
about?
no, I'm just saying, like, he's intelligent for being in 8th grade. Like,
True.
Most kids be dumb as fuck. Like, a lot of kids are stupid as fuck. Like, it's really crazy. You don't hear no kids, like, bit like Boone.
I think Boone is in the Midwest somewhere, in like one of those states where you're like, things are going on there. Like Wyoming has a city. There are people in Arkansas.
Wyoming has a city.
I thought Wyoming was just Buffalo on a hill. And
what does that mean?
I thought Wyoming was like a mountain range and a field full of buffalo, and then Kanye West goes out there and screams every now and then. But Kanye West I think Kanye West has secret black cities that we don't know about. Because Kanye West be pulling up to Sunday service in the middle of Wyoming with 1,000 black people.
Wyoming was just Buffalo on a hill. Dog, that was sick, bro. We need to put that on a shirt.
That's it. That's what. So the right side of my head, around my ear, the image of I need to put that on a shirt on the back, and a Native American style art of buffalo on a hill with the mountains behind it, and it says, "I thought Wyoming was just buffalo on a hill."
Nah, bro. That's a Native American ass name, bro. Buffalo on a hill. Bro, that's what my name should have been. I'm gonna go change my shit. Buffalo on hill. Bro, I'm gonna go to the fancy restaurants and my reservations are gonna look extra fancy. They're gonna come out and call. They're gonna be like, I have a reservation for Buffalo on the hill.
Yes. Aho. I am Buffalo on Hill. You can call me Wyoming.
Oh, my thing's on.
My Native American name, I don't know if this is disrespectful, but my Native American name is Shits on Politicians.
I don't know if it's, I mean, as a Native American, I don't care.
You're a Native American? You're a Native American?
Yeah. I'm like 20-something% Cherokee.
Is that why you have long hair?
I cut my hair. Wait, you want to see my haircut, Case?
Yeah, can I show the stream? There are four people.
look.
There are 4 people here.
I cut.
You cut your hair?
Yeah, bro, my hair was so long before.
How you look like Phineas Ferb and Mia Khalifa at the same time?
Casey, look at this big ass fish.
What the fuck? Are those shoes?
No, that's a fish.
What the hell?
Yes, that's true.
You do have a giant fish. I had that same.
All the shoes.
I had that same fish. I swear to God, my dad. I had the same fish in my house. Ask my dad. We had that. I used to sleep with that fish. The fucking.
After legend.
Fucking whore. It's supposed to be in my place.
I did not steal your fish.
she swam to group.
Was it you that ripped the fin?
Phineas.
No, did you rip the fin? Like,
I don't think that's the same fish.
it might be. Casey.
I don't think it. I mean, I did lose everything.
Did you rip the fin?
I don't. I can't.
Fin is ripped.
I can't remember that far back. I remember I had it.
Rip the fin.
Did you have an inflatable lobster
Yeah, at some point.
that you would ride around in, like that it had handles? Like you had the Walmart inflatable lobster. Did you have a Did you have Do you go to powwows? Have you been to a powwow?
Dude, hell yeah, bro.
Are you kidding me, bro? Why didn't you reveal this information until right now?
Because I haven't been asked these questions. And I'm only now a fish.
I thought you were a buffalo. I heard you talking shit.
Only now a fish.
I smelled you talking shit.
I'm only now a fish.
Is that your spirit animal?
I don't know. I like him. I forgot what his name is.
Phineas.
Tuna, or it was something. I forgot his name for real.
Phineas, but spelled Fin.
Phineas is a good one, but like, no, he had a real name.
I trauma dumped
His name, like Steven Salmon or something.
Stephen Salmon.
He had a good name. It wasn't Steven Salmon.
I need the ability to face cam on the
No face cam.
on the live, so I don't have to hold the phone up to your face and see you looking at your own face while I'm talking.
Yeah, it was kind of odd. bad.
While I'm talking to you, I'm just putting the camera right at your face.
Yeah, I should have like made it crazy and then showed like the stream on my webcam.
You want to give us a room tour?
Dude, it's gonna be like,
You got some shit going on.
here's a pile of clothes, here's a couch, here's a sewing machine, here's a bunch of skateboards, an Xbox 360. Like,
Who in the garage was? People told me they had screen printing. They told me they had 3D printing. They told me you guys knew I had questions about clothing for merch, and you knew the exact shirt I was talking about.
yeah. Kind of all of us.
People like you make people like me feel retarded. Because I have to like go on journeys and explore clothes. When I wanted to make clothes, I had to Google search a bunch of shit, and that took me like 4 months. And then of just like lazily.
No, believe me, we had to go on journeys to do this shit too.
Is your goal for the garage to become content creators? And to be
I don't know what the garage is. Right now, they're kind of just like, it's like the chiller. That's just where we chill.
What did I miss in garage?
Dang,
Lore?
what's that gang sign you doing, Casey? I'm seeing this on the stream. What's up with that? Or is that like a fidget?
What's a D look like?
A D?
for DG, for the garage. That's a D.
Oh, that's B. That's B. That's B. That's B. That's B.
That's
you a
B.
blood, Casey?
That's
That's blood.
Hold up.
You
No.
said.
No.
Wait, hold on. Let me screenshot this. Hold on. Put it right.
This is a B. But on your screen, that's a D.
No, I know, but bro, it's so funny. It's you were throwing up blood. It was so funny.
That's the garage. DG.
Come on, bro, that's his blood gang. Oh, no, my video isn't live.
What the fuck is Boone doing on a Saturday, bro?
Probably like hitting women.
He's stewing. That's what I think that all these lives, because the most watch time I get is when I'm talking shit, when I'm mad, and I'm just spewing garbage about people I don't like. So I have a feeling.
It's because like if you stop listening, you'll feel unfulfilled, like you didn't hear the end of it. But if you continue listening, it's almost like there's no end until you watch till the end. That's how I feel.
How many hours can Casey say the same thing over and over again in different ways?
No, how many hours watch time can I get on Casey's channel?
I think Nate is still my most top commented.
Yeah, I didn't start being a chatter for a while.
I don't. That terminology makes me feel like I have to hold myself to a higher standard. I'm like, fuck, it's a weird feeling. I don't think about it anymore. Because
Wyoming with this buffalo on a hill.
My old streams.
Hello. You said,
Hello?
wait, you said what? Yeah. Look.
His mom's making him clean his microwave.
Yeah, say hi to Casey.
Hello. Is this Westy's mother?
He said, are you my mom? Okay, I'm gonna brush brush my teeth? Hurry up! Okay.
I wouldn't take that.
No,
I wouldn't take
only
that personally.
brushing one tooth. I cannot only brush one tooth. I already did twice.
I wouldn't take that personally. I think you gotta hit him with the fish.
Alright, Muscle, I'll see you soon.
You gotta stand up for yourself, Westy. Hit
That's funny. That's not my mom.
hit your mom with the fish. Who is that?
That's my friend.
You have friends?
Yeah.
You have friends?
I gotta, unfortunately, I have to hop off the phone and brush my teeth because I am leaving town.
Damn, he's running away.
Yeah, I'll catch you, Casey. I gotta go to Chicago, the great city.
What the fuck are you doing in Chicago on a Saturday?
I'm going to a concert.
Damn,
Yeah.
Westy has a life. Do
I do not have a life. This is the first thing I've done in like 3 months, Casey.
do a powwow dance in the mosh pit.
I will. I'll be like,
Go crazy and do the chicken. What's the bird walk called?
Okay, I really gotta go brush my teeth
Alright.
before these motherfuckers are sitting outside of my house honking the horn. Love you, Casey. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. What a fucking nonce. The call went mediocre. No, I'll rate it a good thing, so they leave me alone. Larry did not join the call. What's he playing? What are you playing, Larry? Can I watch your screen? He's been playing Lutris for 70 hours? What the fuck is Lutris? I'm gonna Google that right now. Man, that's disappointing. Westy's got a life. I want him to do the chicken dance in the mosh pit and like whatever you call it. I know that's probably the most disrespectful shit I could say, but what the hell? What is the Native American? What is the Native American bird dance called? It's called the Morongo. No, that's just the area. Hualapai bird dancing. The grass dance. Let's look up grass dance. But that's for Dakota Indians. Grass dance videos. Westy leaving has put a hole in my heart. I'm now void of Westy's presence. So we're gonna watch an Indigenous gathering video to see if this is the actual dance I'm talking about. Yes. I want Westy the grass dance at this concert tonight. He's throwing it back. Man, colonizers even took throwing it back. I'll show you. Let's look up traditional English dances. Ain't nobody throwing it back. Haley is just... This is what Westy's about to miss out on, some huge lore. Westy, you're missing out. Yeah. Call her right now. Call her right now. I'm gonna call her a twerp. against her will. Fuckalatugan. Fuck you. Give me just a minute. She has to escape her situation. Okay. Fuckalatugan. I haven't spoken to Haley in a long time. I think her mother is in the chat. I've not called Haley on the phone, but she just texted me, so I'm going to call her. I want to hear about, I want to, My microbiome is solid like a black stone. And I'm also going to look up the FX schedule because tonight I think they have Wakanda 2. Fuck. The more people, God, that dose of reality of Westy having a real friend that's like a normie, a normal friendship, has hit me like a truck. I've seen these things happen on streams before where the escape from content into real life bleeds through into the stream and your reality is crashed. And it's no longer Morbin time because reality hits you. Today is Saturday. So they're playing Venom and Deadpool 2 again. I'm not trying to watch X-Men. What's tomorrow? War of the Planet of the Apes. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. is Black Panther. I don't know. I don't want to be alone anymore. The void of Westy leaving has caused a ruckus in my soul. I want him to powwow dance at the festival. I didn't even get a chance to ask what fucking what show's going on. They are in fucking Illinois. They could meet up with Derek. No, they can't. He's in South Africa. Fuck, he's still listening. Fuckalatugan. Has Boone messaged me? Shocking global crypto notification. Boone is now active on his phone. I had this weird feeling that Boone was returning and he has returned. I'm getting notifications. My brain is expanding. Can you see? Just to show you how my face changes based on empathy. Look at my giant fucking forehead. Gaze in awe. Gazer, gazer, gazer. Fuckalatugan. I can't stop gooning. Social conditioning hitting me like a truck. I said, I can't stop gooning. No, I got a notification for something else. Oh, my mother is baiting me again. 7 signs the universe is conspiring to help you get what you want. Edging. Edging goated. I'm a gooner. I goon from time to time. I know it. You wouldn't expect it from me, right? Edging. There's a gif of Tony Stark saying, "Jarvis, engage the gooning chair." What about fuck? What about fuckle? What about fuckle a Tugan? What else is there? This is why we need a memer. We don't have everyone left. Everyone left. Gooning. Larry's been playing a game for 70 hours straight. I don't have any friends. What? Boone said goon. I don't want to. Do you have Discord? Do you have Discord? Haley lives a completely different life. Haley is a nurse. I only really message her with nursing questions. Bitch, I can't stop gooning. I could take your bitch, then fuck her, throw her out like fuck off, fuckle a Tugan, bitch. I can't stop gooning. I didn't study the game like a student. I went through it. Boy, you should do your fucking to-do list. You're stupid. I have lived for thousands of years. I'm just here to prove it. Gooning. What is it? Does Boone want to join the stream? I'm out with my gooners. To the goon cave. I've been morbing for a long time. Morbidly obese. The only morbing they're doing is morbidly obese. Morbin. It's Morbin time. Why? It's not working.
Hello.
Hello?
What's up?
It's gooning time. It's gooning time, Haley. Gooning. How do you have a Discord but you don't know about gooning?
I've made that Discord when I was in 10th grade, man. I haven't used it since. So I just always had it.
Haley, are you drinking?
No, I'm
Are you an alcohol? Do you drink at night now?
Sometimes I do.
You have this lower tone than I remember. Did you just wake up?
I just got up from being lazy. Like I had a shower
I don't know.
and shaved and stuff. So I'm just really relaxed right now. And my voice probably did get deeper.
Yeah, you're on the.
I've been called sir one too many times on the phone at work.
Yeah, you're official now. You've been forged like a sword, Haley. I'm
I'm traumatized. I got PTSD. College gave me PTSD, and I have to go back. But I'm not going. It's online though.
How the hell college gave you PTSD?
I just can't explain. It's nursing school, not college. It's just nursing school.
Like handling people that are suffering or like in crisis has forced you to be.
It was mainly the pediatrics asylum for the chronically ill.
You had to restrain kids.
Basically, I was put in a room with like 10 or 12 girls to shadow an RN. They all had diabetes, but they also had behavioral issues, so they get put there. And it's a very horrible, very horrible place to be. Like, it's dirty. There's roaches in the bathroom. A roach crawled on my foot. It was disgusting.
How big?
And so unprofessional. It's big. It's driving there.
No, I mean, how big are the roaches?
I had a weird feeling. No, it's just a big building. There's multiple units. It looks like the back rooms. It gives me a back room vibe. You drive there. It's like almost 2 miles long. Just a road, white picket fences, cows everywhere. The farm, the red, weird swings. It looked like the back rooms. It was scary. And the kids there are mean. I about punched a girl. I wanted to punch her in the face. I asked for her temperature. She's like, don't put that in my mouth. And I'm like, you need your temperature. So what does she do? She's like, I don't know. You're racist. And I was like,
colonizer Trump.
I'm racist. I'm racist. And then she almost killed me because the nurse was like, okay, since you're not letting her get your temperature, I'm writing you up. You're staying an extra 6 weeks. And she looked at me like she was going to kill me. And I was like, this is your own fault. Don't be mad at me.
You mouth off to children?
No.
you mouth off to a kid and they're like, we gotta keep you longer.
And then there's disabled people there too. It's like there's also 3 people who have autism, and they just make noises and they come up to you and touch you, and you have to let them touch you. And he shit his pants.
Sign me up. That's a fun night. I'll do it with. I'll do it with him. Haley, that is the environment that I grew up in. I was in a locker room.
The one that got me the most, the moment when I went in there, it's still dark. That's how it really is. It's dark. And you just come in there, and then there's a girl. It looks like she's from a movie from the Zombies. And there's 2 girls sitting next to her, holding her, and she's looking at me, smiling. And I was like, and I thought the 2 girls sitting next to her were her friends, and they were just holding on each other's arms, and they were being weird. But it was 2 nurses holding her because she kept banging her head up against a wall trying to kill herself. They had to put a helmet on her, and they were holding her there for 12 hours. They didn't do nothing but hold her down for 12 hours. They didn't get any sleep. They just sat there for 12 hours straight holding her down. It was crazy. They didn't do nothing. Like, that's not how you handle something like that. That's not how you handle that. All it did was make her dehydrated, make it easier to kill herself.
I've been restrained before.
It's not fun. It's very, restraints is something really, really confusing because you have to use them as an absolute last resort. But you don't know when is it the last resort? They just assume, they just don't care, and they make it the last resort when they want to make it easier for them.
When I was 19, I hung myself, and I had to go into the hospital, and I wanted to leave, and they wouldn't let me leave because it was like, again, like mandatory stay now. So I was trying to time the door so I could run out, and I timed it wrong, and there was people on the other side of the door. So I think 7 people grabbed me, and they put me on the bed, and there was a clock above my head, so probably like 5 to 10 minutes. They held me down, and one guy put his elbow on my face, and he just pressed me as hard as he could, press me against the bed. And I like, at some point I broke, and I found there was a nice like 40-year-old man that I could tell was really not into it. He did not like restraining me. I could see he was sad about it. So I said, "Would you do this to your son?" And it looked like he either was going to cry or started crying. And then I got up like in the movies where the person's possessed, and I looked at everyone and I went, "This guy likes it," to the guy pressing on my head, and then he slammed me into the bed with his elbow. He like did it hard. That's probably the worst of it. There are definitely staff that like, take out their anger on the patients. But I'm sure there are patients that are fucking impossible to deal with.
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it ever. Because I would take over the adult asylum. Because they just yell and cuss you out if you don't give them orange juice or something. They just, some kids, man.
They're full of hormones.
Yeah.
They're forced to goon.
I don't know what goon means.
Gooning is jerking off. I'm out gooning with my bros.
You have Discord for? What is Discord anyway?
Discord is like a group. It's like Facebook, but it's for there's no social media profile, and you can call like 100 people at a time, and there are Discords with thousands of people, like a giant group chat.
Oh.
I talked to him.
That stinks. Oh my god. I haven't been on Discord in a while. I'm changing my profile picture.
He wanted apology note.
Huh?
I'm staying at a motel, and the guy gets in my face and puts his finger right up to my nose, and he orders me around, and he yells at everybody, and everybody's really like, they're homeless people that have PTSD, so they're really scared of him. Because he threatens to, he threatens to have him freeze to death outside. By the way, I did tell you my little brother died. So I just stood up to him today, and he went off on me. I went off on him. He wanted to kick me out. I started talking to other people in front of him about him kicking me out, and he got to see them in disapproval of what he did. So he said he changed his mind, but now the housekeeper is texting me and said he changed his mind again.
So he's not letting you stay there?
I don't know. He said it wasn't necessary.
That's where you're staying right now?
Yeah, I'm texting the housekeeper. I guess don't.
And do you have a job or something? Like I don't know. I don't remember. Like I think you said you worked at McDonald's one time, or
No, I live stream YouTube at McDonald's for donations. I have 500. I have 511 subscribers. And I just and your mother. I'm live right now, but they can't really hear you. You're very quiet, so they cannot hear you. But your mother is probably watching.
Oh, that's cool.
She's my biggest subscriber. We just got my guitar back. The guitar that I bought when I was at your house. I've been trying to get it. I've been trying to get it back for 2 years, and they finally sent it. But they have sent me a shitload of money, and it keeps me going. So I continue making content, and I just go around helping people to be like, I'm deserving of the financial assistance. I think Brian feels bad because Frank was a creep to me.
Yeah, that took me by surprise. It really did.
It's just weird, and it happens too much. Like the things that Frank did I didn't like have happened to me a lot.
Like what stuff? What did he like do? Like I can't even remember what you said.
Basically saying that God gives us spirituality in a way that we can create ourselves and have, like, you know, if I said manifestation energy, do you know what that means?
You're trying to manifest something deeply or something?
Like you stack up spiritual wealth, and that's your emotions, and some people have more powerful emotions than others.
Yeah.
So Frank wanted what I had. So he would try to take that from me and convince me that I didn't have it and he had it. And then he would tell me I was gay. So after he drained me like a vampire, he would then try to impregnate me with the idea that I was a homosexual. And then after I had I went back and forth with him for sometimes hours in the van saying like, I'm not gay. And he's like, you're gay. And I'm like, I'm not gay. My voice might be high pitched, but I'm trying to fuck your friend's daughter Aisha right now. I'm thinking about her right now, Frank. You know what I'm saying? And then he would start hitting on me. He'd be like, you look good today, man. You look really good.
Oh.
Yeah. Stuff like that. But he also I cried. You guys had a party. Remember everybody was over after church and I had to go with Frank. And I cried. I cried in the car and I was like, man, this is the first time I ever had a friends and family. He's like, you're a brother, man. You're a brother. So he would tell me I was black. And I liked that. He would tell me how black I am. So I was like, man, that makes me feel pretty good. So he'd take me places and I'd go hit on girls in front of him. He brought me to a bar and I brought a girl home. Frank did take me. Frank took me to the bar downtown in Beckley. He took me to the bar and I brought a girl back in the church van and we made out in the back seat. And then on the way home, he called me gay. I'm like, come on, Frank, you're not getting in on this action.
You guys just stop denying yourself, Casey. You gotta stop it.
It was terrible, man.
That sounds terrible. That doesn't sound very pleasant to be around. That's bad energy.
I don't know if that's changed, though.
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. I think I still see that church van driving around every now and then when I go down there.
Okay. It be feeling like a simulation, Hannah. You really do.
Yeah.
Do you still do mushrooms?
Not really. I had a really bad experience. And I didn't even take a lot. It was, I tried one of Morgan's. I just ate a stem. That's all I ate. Just a stem. And the aftermath was awesome. But at the peak, I forgot how to breathe.
Yeah.
I was trying to
That's what
figure out how
happened.
to
That's
breathe.
really what
Even
happened.
though I was breathing just fine, but I was like breathing so hard and so deep because I was like, I need to focus on breathing more. I can control everything inside my stomach. I can get my pump. And he was just like, you're weirding me out. Calm down. And I did. And then everything had a rainbow outline. Like everything you looked at, it looked like it was drawn with a rainbow pen.
I know what you mean. Oh,
So I was like, wow, this is really cool, but that first part was not worth this, so I'm not doing it. And if I do, it's going to be like from the dispensary. Because they're just the dispensary ones, so they just make you really have a lot of energy.
dispensary mushrooms? That's
They're
crazy.
they come in chocolate bars. It's like a chocolate, just, the mushrooms are already in it. You don't got to really taste the mushrooms. It's just chocolate. Morgan has a whole bar, but I'm not taking it. Not anytime soon, at least. Not apps. I have to have like a week off to be able to do all that.
It sucks. It's terrifying. Our brain is a mushroom. Last time I took mushrooms was outside, and I didn't have a way to go inside, and I had no way to, I couldn't lock myself in a room or a car. And I was right in,
Go ahead.
so the forest started calling out to me. So like a giant beam of light hit my head, and I could tell the forest was communicating with me. And it wasn't words. It didn't have to be language or music or anything. It was just like an innate sense of communication that's always been there that I had to tune into until I had the mushrooms in my system. And then I started trying to like go further into it and like let that beam of light envelop my whole body. And then at like 3 a.m, a swarm of birds came out of the forest and were screaming at me, and they were screaming away all the people around me. Like nature had opened up the territory to allow the frequency to be that dense for me to live in. And then I just walked into the forest, and they followed me back into the woods. And then I think I called my friend Nate, and because there was shadow people surrounding me, and it was just chaos, and there was these disgusting fear monsters that were terrifying, and they were just at the very edge of the fabric of reality, where I knew if I tuned into them at all, like if I had just put my focus on them, the more that I focused on them, the more they would exist, which means that they would get closer and closer because I would be allowing them into my world when they were pushed away by my ignorance. Like ignorance is bliss. I was like biting the apple sort of and like realizing what's around me at all times. So I called my friend and I talked him through, and I just talked with him and distracted me until they went away. And then I was like, were those even real, or did those things come around me as like a test? And then I walked out to the skate park, and there was a group of kids there, and they were all like families who had lived in the area for hundreds of years. Instead of like the newbie rich people that moved in, they were all like multi-generational families that had been hanging out in that forest for hundreds of years. And they were there with me, and I felt like they were closer to the forest that I had just connected to. So I felt more at home with them. And I wound up having to save a woman that was weaning off of heroin. And we like went to her house, and she was crying, and we all did like a circle around her and gave her hugs. And I sat next to the window, and I was still talking to the forest a mile away, and it was giving me things to say, and I had to write them down. So I wrote down a bunch of things for everyone to hear. I wrote a poem, and then I said it, and it made everybody in the room cry. And then they just drove me back, and I stayed with. Then we had a campfire, and then they said that the same thing Frank said is basically like, we're gonna eat your spirit in a pagan ritual. So that every time I spoke, they would talk over me. They would get up and make loud noises like that to try to like make me stop and like make my mind feel in fear. And then I felt completely drained and empty of life, void of existence, no emotions, no personality anymore. They had just wiped my slate clean, just gone. And then the birds showed up to try to console me, and they were really mad at them. But I didn't feel like they could do anything because they were holding on to my blessings. And then I was still trying to keep the fire going to prove to myself that I could keep this campfire running. And then if you noticed, I just hit an Irish accent for some reason. I had to keep the fire going. It's because I felt like my Irish ancestors were helping me at the time. And then they called me a Druid King. And then we were really far down this bike path, and I wanted to continue talking to the forest. So I went north and they went south. So I just walked and wandered around, and I noticed that the squirrels were all watching me and following me. And then something in my brain was telling me, those are cameras, and you're on the greatest TV show in existence. Keep playing the character. We love you so much. You're so fun. People think you're hilarious. Whatever those beings are, really want you to keep going and keep going straight. So I would make it like, I would get like anxiety, like decision-making fatigue, where I'm like, the weight of the universe is on my shoulders and everything I do in the present moment is so monitored. How the hell do I exist knowing that the entire simulation is reacting to my every thought? So I would like take a step to the left, and then all the birds would go whoop and fly to the left. I'd take a step to the right, and the birds would fly to the right. They would always make sure that I was being watched when I would walk through the woods. And I made it to the very end of this beach. I had to walk along these rocks, and I'm getting anxious thinking about it because I'm remembering how deep and not human and more nature that connection is around your heart. It feels like this purple pink anxiety to be connected to that, because it completely takes you away from the delusion of comfortability to be that connected to everything. And then I was on the beach, and the water started talking to me. So I put my hand down to the water, and it explained to me that water is like intelligence. It's conscious. The entirety of water in itself is a living organism, and the water in us is a living organism, and we are just swimming in that water. And our control over the water is our emotions, and the frequency of our emotions changes the vibrational state of the water. So something told me to put my hand on the beach and watch the water come to hug me. And there was no wind at all, but suddenly the water started waving really intensely to come meet my hand and just cover over my hand. And I could feel like it was warm even though the water was freezing, the water was warm. And then some random guy showed up and started screaming at me. And he had like a bunch of like crushed up meat and peanuts in a baggie. And he was screaming at crows, and a bunch of crows swarmed us, and he started trying to feed them. But I was talking to the crows. The crows were scared to come see me because they're not used to me, because I was more conscious than he was. And they were just like using him for food, but they knew that I was aware of how intelligent they were. So the squirrels and the crows were like at bay to my sense of comfort. They didn't want to invade my bubble because it felt like at any moment it would get really violent, like they were going to attack me. I felt like they were all ready to attack me because I was aware of them. And then I explained to that guy, and that guy was just a creep. He was one of the creepiest old men, lonely, doesn't talk to anybody, but talks to the animals. And I was like, fuck, this is God showing me, like, this is going to be my future if I don't get my shit in order. And then I felt like the mind flayer from Stranger Things came through and possessed him and started to attack me. And then the crows started going crazy. And I was like, okay, so this higher level of awareness allows me to be able to reject those impulses and recognize what it really is. So I was accidentally perpetuating the matrix and suffering by hurting people that are all subconsciously addicted to phones that don't have this awareness. So I think I just wandered around for hours, and then I did acid the next night, and then I felt like I got possessed by something, and I deleted all of my music. Like years worth of music I cleared. And I'm really upset about that. And then I recorded a video where I'm speaking, I spoke to the forest on video. There was like a spirit that came out and spoke to me, and then something spoke through me to that thing. So I communicated with nature about the evolution of humanity on camera. And it was like some government Freemason was talking through me, or like a higher level ancestor or an archangel or something said, you're the forest and we're humans. You're going to create fruit and delicious things that we're going to eat, and we're going to create delicious things that you're going to eat. And it's going to be more emotional and empathy based and not physically based. So we're going to walk through your woods with our happy emotions, and we're going to hug the trees, and that's going to stimulate you, and you're going to create grounded sense of nature vibes, the fresh air, and we're going to breathe that, and it's going to be okay. But if you ever hurt us, and then I broke for a second. I said, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me at all. I'm not them. I'm not one of them. I'm the bridge. I'm right in between both of you. And I was standing right at the edge of the forest at 3 a.m. I'm like, don't hurt me. If you're going to, because I felt nature was really mad, like a kicked dog that had been down for 1,000 years, just waiting to strike at humanity. And I was like, I'm one of you. I live in the woods. I feed you my scraps. I'm homeless. I eat from the trash. I'm not one of them. I don't fit in there, but they made me hot. I remember I was like freaking out, like telling this animal in the forest that was just standing there, and it was something I hadn't really seen before. It was just a shadow of something. And I said, they made me socially appetizing. They love to look at me, but I'm one of you. And I felt like this motivation hit him, like this fire lit up inside the thing. And it was like, oh my God, I have an in. So then I lived there, and the birds would protect me from the crackheads. The seagulls would come to me every morning. Raccoons would make loud noises on the trash can, knowing that I would have to go fish them out when they got stuck. And then I found, I think a Bigfoot showed up. It was like a 6-foot tall thing in the forest in the middle of the night that took a log and hit the tree 3 times, bump, bump, bump. And then it left this giant stick that I used to walk around and carry like a staff, like an old druid. And I had this big Walmart throw over me, and I'd walk around rich kids and they'd be mad at the homeless person, but they didn't realize that I was like influencing their consciousness. So that's why I don't do mushrooms. I don't want to experience that here, because I don't want homeless people to get triggered.
That is why you don't do mushrooms. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I don't see how you'd have to be really brave to go out in public thinking like that. And I know they're out here in the country, I'm able to see that there are a lot of people that are like that live in that world and stay in that world. When they go home, they microdose and live out in the forest, and then they go to work. Like, it's weird out here. I'm sure you see that in West Virginia, but maybe you didn't have access to it, or maybe there's too religious.
See what?
People that completely live in the mushroom world, but are functioning adults.
I'm not sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of crazy people in my day. I don't know if that one of them might have been on it.
Have you done mushrooms in the forest?
No, I generally would like to do mushrooms somewhere where I feel safe. And all the doors are locked, lights are low, got a funny movie going, and I got my popsicles with me, and I'm fine.
That's probably why you didn't feel like this. I remember I did
I went
mushrooms.
to a rave on mushrooms before. That was pretty cool.
Did it feel like everybody was living in their body like a mech, and you were communicating with their spirits?
I mean, I think I was just an observer. I was just watching everything happen. While also, everyone I watched how each person was like, dancing. And dude, there was a smell. It smelled funky. It smelled like a drug, but I've never smelled it before, and I would never want to smell it again.
The pheromones.
I don't know if it smelled weird. It smelled very funky. Like, it was a icky smell, but it smelled, I knew it was like a drug.
Do you remember a lot of when I was at your house?
Yeah.
You remember I did mushrooms?
Yeah, I was sleeping on the love seat, and I felt someone staring at the back of my head. And I turn around, and you're staring at me. I'm like, what the heck?
I was in
is
the
this?
I went to the center of the living room, and I put my speaker on the chair, and I started spinning the speaker because I was trying to block out all the frequencies to change the frequency of the house to allow a better version of love to come in and heal everybody. And I was trying to communicate to you that you should raise your vibration and shed off all the negativity. And then I think Hayden woke up and he walked down and was like, "What are you doing?" He was like, "What are you doing? It's 3 a.m. But it wasn't bad. Nothing bad. But I remember that at one point I had like built up a lot of good energy I was trying to share. And then I felt like you made this, when you woke up, you made the space comfortable. Like when I was around you, everything felt, there was no fear. Maybe you might have felt like, what the fuck's going on? But
No, I wasn't afraid.
Okay.
I wasn't afraid at all.
I felt like you were comfortable, so that made me comfortable. And then I started to like expand outside of my own body, and I was like floating in the space outside of myself. Like I had shed my skin suit. Like I was probably just staring at you, but I was floating. I was floating above. And then you said when that happened, and I felt like I had brought better energy into the room. You said, "You just started smelling really good."
What did I say?
You said that I started to smell really, really good suddenly.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I smelled, I don't know, it was like a cologne, I don't know. But like you breathed and then I was just like, "You smell good." Like you start to smell, I was just like, I didn't know what to say.
I think that was my fucking soul. I think that
Well, it smelled good.
the smell you smell is the people's darkness and the gross shit that they do. And they probably shit themselves at the raves. I'm not gonna lie. I think they just do drugs and let themselves go. So there are people when you go to raves, there are people that haven't showered in a long time, and they do a concoction of different chemicals. So the pheromones they emit smell really funky.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people there. There's people there that look ratty, and there are people there that looked really, they had a bra and underwear on only. And there's just a lot of different people there.
Rave people hate when I talk about how much raves suck.
I'm not really a rave person. I tried it.
I don't see the value in it.
I mean, I'd go like with my best friend's hire or something just to be stupid, because it's just, I like going, I like just the simple fact that it was entertaining. Everywhere you looked, it was a different type of person, different costume, a different weird dance. But the thing itself, they played trippy stuff on a huge screen, and it looked really cool. I was staring at it for like a solid 2 hours.
That's how they talk. So a lot of the people that go there do that to talk to aliens. Like, they play certain music at those things, and they give you certain drugs, and then they play those visuals because they want to open you up to speak to your ancestors and different entities. Like most rave goers I see people on TikTok that go to raves just to interview people, and you get like the crazy people that are like, "This is fun, oh my god." And then there's like people that are holding themselves differently, that are walking around like they're owning the place, I guess. Like they look like soldiers the way they walk around, like tribal stuff. And they basically say like, "Yeah, we are keeping the space going so that people can achieve a higher frequency of love so that we can change the state of the planet." And then people like us go into the tents at the festivals, and we do shamanic rituals where we open people up to their ancestors, and they communicate with their dead loved ones, and we help them find their soul and keep it in their body so that they can live more present for the rest of their lives. So I like that. So when I hear about raves, I've never been, so I don't know what's going on in there. I know about mosh pits, and I know that I know rapes happen a lot. People talk about rapes happening a lot. So I was scared about that.
It was weird because we only went because it was 2 minutes away from our apartment.
It was an indoor thing. Like a basement DJ? Or like a...
No, it was a big, like, stadium, not like for football. just like a big stadium.
That's crazy.
But it was cool.
Sounds scary.
It was at first. I was terrified. Morgan was having a grand old he forgot I existed for a minute. He was just dancing. He was feeling that in mushrooms. He took more than I did.
I don't think I've met him.
He's a pretty chill dude. Let me see if I got a picture of him.
You sent me it before. He's got like a beard.
Not really, not anymore. Well, I don't have pictures of him. He hates pictures. But I have an even better picture. Look how cute she is.
Fuckalatugan. Let me see. What the fuck is it? Oh my god. It's Chinese.
And this coconut.
What the fuck you feeding your cat? Man?
I don't know. Just food, I guess. I don't know what's wrong with it.
What the hell?
She got thumbs.
Why is she so happy?
You know, she does that face like she's not gonna bite you, but she's slowly itching towards your finger, and then she'll try to snap at you.
That cat looks maniacal. She looks like a. She looks like she enjoys hurting you.
She does.
She looks like a sick fuck. That's a monster.
She is. When I was teaching her how to use a litter box, like, cause I got her the issues because she was abandoned by chewing the nipple. She didn't know how to suck on it. So I just started her off really, really early with kitten food, and she was just old enough to eat it and survive. So, but there's just issues. I've raised her. That's why I raised her from birth. That's what's wrong with her is what happens when I raise a cat on my own. That was my first cat I've ever raised from a born baby.
This is my girlfriend.
Oh my god. Let me find a picture of him.
I'll send you another pic. Yo, check this out.
What am I looking at?
Frostbite.
Ew.
She's missing like 3 toes. She has
Where's that from?
tons of stitches. She was sleeping in her. She's 60. She was sleeping in her car, and it was sub-zero. And she woke up and her fucking toe was like half falling off and shit. She had to go to the hospital. And
You should know that I'm eating a popsicle right now, buddy.
yeah, that's what happened.
Ugh.
But yeah, I feed this stray cat all the time. I fed her frozen all I had was a frozen chicken patty, and she was pissed. People call her salad, but I don't know if I'm gonna call her salad.
Salad?
Yeah, I think they call her salad because she rolls around in the dirt, so she walks around and looks like a weed nug. She's got a bunch of different dirt on her. But yeah, I stay at a homeless hotel.
Well, I mean, every cat has a name that represents their personality.
I call this cat Mooch then. She pretends to love people for food.
I called Teddy Teddy. He wants to be cuddled, and he wants to be held constant. He's the most loving cat I've ever met. It's so annoying, actually. It's very annoying. I can't stand up without him yelling for me to pick him up and hold him while I'm walking around.
Yo, dude, that's a high level thought. That's what everybody wants in a cat.
Look at this. I'm showing you. This is a video of me and him. This is what he does.
Dang. That's a cat. That's a cat who's on his. That cat learned a different sense of love.
What?
So that cat knows how to enjoy life. It like looks around in amazement of the beauty of life.
He also likes to look around for things to climb on. Like he wants to get in the very, very top of the ceiling. So I got him a cat tower, but it's not high enough for him. He wants it to touch the ceiling. That's how high he wants to do it. He'll try to climb on the doors.
Yeah, your cat's a visionary. You know its birthday?
No.
Damn.
I probably have it somewhere, actually. I did have it somewhere. Damn, I need to find his papers. Coconut, her birthday is somewhere in April. I know she's like 10 months. 11 months now, because it's March. Somewhere in April, she'll turn 1 year.
Dang.
And I get her spade.
I know. I believe I'm a full believer of astrology now. They got me.
What do you mean you believe stars exist now?
Yeah. I believe that stars are like AIs and they're like complex levels of intelligence and the universe is conscious and we're a fraction of that. We're a part of that. And that's how we're able to think and move around and be animated. It's because we're stardust. And I think that there's like a system of how we're born that gives us differences, and that's like we're made, like we're grown, and the way that we're grown is impacted by the energies of the stars and its relation to us, the same way that the amount of trees and bees and fish and rodents and hawks and bears all affect the vibe of the forest. Like forests that have nothing really going on and it's just trees and there's like a couple birds, it doesn't really feel like there's much happening. But when there's tons of birds out there and there's animals all the time, it's a really different, vivid feeling. I think that that's the same way. Like when we get close to certain star systems, or like Mars enters, like if you were born with Mars in the sign of Aquarius, the way you get angry is different. It's a completely different experience. Like the reason people can create such different sounding music that's so unique when they mix is because their soul is operating differently. The same way that like songs can be so different, our inner songs are so different. The way that it's playing is so different. And I think that it's shaped, and I think that we're grown a certain way, like cultivated. And I'm able to start recognizing that. Like, do you like Harry Potter?
No, I have never watched it.
You never watched Harry Potter? What the fuck was your childhood? Normal?
It was just full of Marvel and shit.
Marvel?
Yeah. Scary movies and SpongeBob and shit. Narnia and shit.
Narnia?
Yeah.
I think Narnia is Christian. Narnia is a Catholic movie.
It's pretty dope.
Do you have any hot nurse friends?
No, I don't really have any nurse friends. Not really, not yet.
Do you have any?
I wouldn't say they're hot.
I've got a friend that wants to hook up with a nurse because you guys get a lot of money. Do you make like do you make 40 an hour?
I'm not making it yet. I gotta pass my NCLEX.
Damn, you got to stop beating kids.
I don't beat kids. And
you gotta stop.
When I start out, I'm gonna start out making like 30 something an hour, 35 maybe.
And you'll probably be pulling like 16-hour shifts.
12-hour.
12 hours.
Usually it's 3/12, and then there might be a day or two if you want to be a call-in. You come in, and then it'll be an extra 12 or 24 hours to the 36-hour paycheck.
Do you know which area of medicine you want to work in?
Well, I'm gonna start out in med-surg, which is like when they come from the ICU or someone from the ED is now able to go into the med-surg unit. Just you give meds and do all that type of shit just to get my experience in. But then I want to take a complete reverse and go into autopsy, be an autopsy nurse.
Like a mortician?
Yeah, but nurse.
Yeah.
I won't be like, being the mortician. I might be a mortician soon. Who knows? I want to be something.
I mean, the funeral home people were very respectful. And I think they were necessary. Like, I think everybody should have a funeral. And I think everybody should have an open casket.
Yeah.
Now that I've gone through that, I don't see any other way that it should happen. I think that people need to be crying in the room in front of the dead body. And then they need to have a funeral service at a church with a lot of people with visitation where everybody can hang out beforehand, and then have pallbearers that carry them out into the hearse and everyone says their final goodbyes.
Back in the day, the way that people used to mourn was crazy. There was one where they would take one last picture of the dead. Then I would look at the pictures, and you'd just be able to pick out which person's dead in that photo. And mainly it was kids, because there was a lot of sicknesses back in the day that they couldn't really treat.
Damn. So you couldn't see them because they were sick, and they didn't want to get what they had. So they would line up all the bodies and take pictures of them, like high school football pictures.
They would take a last family photo after they were dead. They would get them dressed up and then get in a picture with them and make them look like they're still alive and take the picture.
Damn. Like propped up standing?
I want to show you. It's not bad because it's not disturbing. Well, it is disturbing if you think about it, but
I don't like this gossip going on in this motel.
let me see. Here's one. I'm going to show you two.
Yeah, they do have autism.
Oh, maybe.
I don't think you do.
I know my sister has it.
You have a sister?
I have two. Here are the pictures.
The Smith family. Fucking disgusting.
That's what they used to do.
Why are they so... They're not happy about it either.
No, they're like, this sucks, man. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I can't do that. I wouldn't.
That's a guy with
do
a
it.
dead baby.
That man is like, he's like, please take the picture. Hurry up.
This cruel world has taken another thing I love.
I couldn't do it.
I can't tell which one's dead in the last picture.
The one who is sitting in the higher up chair.
That makes sense. She looks like a doll. I don't fucking like that. What do they do in Africa, you think?
Huh?
What do you think they do in Africa?
In Africa?
Yeah, what are they? Because that's an English custom.
I would assume there's music. I mean, I watched the Black Panther funeral. I don't know if there's a lot of dancing that goes on. I assume that's what it looks like.
God.
It was a sad funeral, but everyone seemed happy and they were dancing. And I was just like, what the heck? I'm crying, and everyone looks like they're having a great time. Because it was so sad, because he was actually dead. In the movie, you're like, oh, but the actor's still alive, so that's good. But this actor's dead.
And then he died, yeah. Chadwick.
But it was after they made a funeral about him in the next movie when his sister took over to be the Black Panther, and they were having a funeral for the Black Panther about how somehow he died. I didn't watch the full movie, so I don't know what his cause of death was in the Avengers. But I know that's the funeral looked like, and it was sad.
Okay, so African tradition is that they do a rite of passage and a ritual to allow the spirit of the dead to go on to the next realm. So I don't think that they just made that shit up. I think their spirit was literally floating in the ether somewhere, and they had to actually do something to allow a portal to open for the dead to travel through. I think they really felt that, and I think that as a group, they collectively saw that happen. I don't think they just made that shit up. I don't see that when the person dies, they have to do a ritual in order to open up a portal for the deceased to journey on to the next realm. And then after that takes place and the soul is situated in the next realm, like in Black Panther 1, when T'Challa meets his ancestors under the Casey tree. That's the other realm. So in order for the person that dies to go to that realm, they said they have to prepare a ritual to get them there, or else they wander around as a ghost, trapped here. And then after that's situated and they're certain that the ghost has made it to the next realm, then 40 days later, after that, they call him back to visit, to have a full funeral for them.
If that's the case, like I think about stuff like that, about traditions, like they think they need to help them get into the African, just the African people do that. Does that mean only, if that was true though, does that mean there's probably most likely only African people who have it?
This is why I paid $20 for ChatGPT. ChatGPT is beating all the bypasses.
Basically, as Christians and white people, if you stay unsinful, but there's other people across the world who haven't even heard of this tradition, this religion, so they just think we have to get help because that's the case, and they don't know your religion. It's not their fault that they're not raised in this area of the world. So what is right? What is correct? Where do we go? I mean, all of us could be right. All of us could be only 5% right. Who knows?
So I'm saying, what's the common denominator for traditional funerals? Why do some think they have to push and open up a way for the souls. Transition, and some don't. So the common denominator in every traditional funeral that ChatGPT has access to is saying that they all recognize that death is not a physical event, but a transition to the next phase of life, whether it's afterlife, reincarnation in ancestral realm, or another form of existence. And that it does say that everything it has access to is saying that it does require ritual respect and guidance from the living to ensure the deceased moved on properly. So they're saying that the common denominator in all the different tribes from back in the day across the world, they all have the idea that there needs to be somebody on earth that uses their mind and spirit to guide the scared and deceased soul to where it's supposed to go, to ensure that it gets there, or else. And then it gives me a list that the soul can get lost and stuck. Many cultures fear ghosts or wandering spirits that sort of don't understand how to do it. Like they're confused. Like maybe they were supposed to go into the light and they went into the wrong room or something, and now they're kind of floating. And they were like, maybe there was like 2 escalators and they took the wrong one. So that the shaman does the drugs and goes into the tent and has to meet the soul in that place. And that's where spirit guides show up, is that there are things waiting with that soul. And I mean, in my own personal life, the night that we buried my brother John Michael, I had a dream that I was taken into a church, and it was, even though John Michael wasn't even Christian, it was a rabbi, like a Hasidic, full-on Old Testament rabbi, and he was standing at a podium, and he was in the next room, and he showed me like an image, like a glimpse of like a little thought bubble, and in the thought bubble was all the different actions that I took that were considered wrong, all the ways that I had wronged my little brother in the past, and I had to acknowledge it and make a commitment to change. That has stuck with me. Like usually it's like, I'm going to quit cigarettes, and then I go back, or it's like, I'm going to go do this. For some reason, that in that dream, it's just completely changed my perspective on a lot of things forever. So I had to go through that, and there was a whole line of people behind me that had to go through that, and then we were allowed to walk into the room and see him in the spirit, and he was just standing there over his casket. And before he had a chance to speak, I woke up because a crow was outside my window screaming at me at 4 a.m. And his mom randomly woke up at the same time, and she said she had a similar dream. So that, I feel like that's true. It seemed like he had a guide, like he had an ancestral Jewish, because his family was all traditional Catholic. So he did have like a traditional Catholic afterlife where I got to speak to him in a church setting. When, you know, like the relationship I had with him, you'd think we would have met in like a forest grotto or something. But they do say that every culture says that there is the chance of darker or negative spirits or aliens whose part they try to interfere with them in that transitional process, like a soul harvester. Like some people say that they would try to do their rituals for the dead, and then the demons or the jinn or the aliens that live underground would show up during their meditations and would try to mess with them. So they needed the shaman to ensure that that outside negative influence didn't interrupt the soul's process. And they're saying some of them do not they're saying it is automatic, but it has to do with like the choices that they make. So like if they weren't ready to go, they had to prepare the soul to be ready to go. And that's why they would do chanting and stuff. The same way that I said I wanted to change the frequency of the room, they would want to change the frequency of the room to allow for a different escalator to come down, basically. Like, I guess when you die, you automatically go to an escalator that takes you to a different place. But some of these people want a different escalator to come down. So they had to make it the right environment for that to happen. But I don't know. I know that I talk to druids sometimes. Haley, I talk to guys that go to Ireland and they go to festivals where they take an ancient forest god and they do a ritual to allow him to enter their bodies, and he communicates with all of them at the same time. And they really like they said that they can recognize his presence, and they say that they all can interpret the same message that he gives them. So can you imagine, like, you, me, Hayden, Ben, your mom and dad, Bradley are all just chilling at the dinner table, and then all of a sudden we all hear a voice in our head that goes, "You must kill a pig out in the woods. I have blessed that pig with a certain chemical enzyme. I've cultivated it in the pig. He's been eating the right shit. You're going to need to kill that pig and eat it a certain way, and then we will stay in communication forever. It will live inside you." And we all hear it clear as day. And we're just like,
I
what?
would not partake in the killing.
Right? Would you eat the pig if I brought it home?
Yeah, definitely.
If I said that there's going to be a parasite that allows you to communicate with a forest pagan god forever until you die?
I need it. I just would watch it happen.
I mean, it'd be clear, like if you heard it clear as day. Apparently that's what happens, is they do the music, the god comes out of the forest through the trees, and it impregnates them all with a parasite that allows communication forever. That's what the Druids believed, which makes sense why the Bible would tell them to fast until the demons were gone, because you had to get the parasite out so you could connect back to their god. But that's what's happening. Those are pagan Druid festivals. They're putting Jarvis in their brain. I don't know. What was I going to ask? Autopsy. Is your plan to stay in Virginia?
So far, yeah, just to get on my feet. You know, 'cause I haven't started my career yet.
True.
Once my career gets going,
And you don't see AI taking your job?
I actually did a project on that in high school, senior year. They were like, depending on the job that you want in the future, depends on the likability, the likeliness that it will get replaced by AI or a robot. And we did this simulator, and you put in a couple of things, and it gives you the percentage of the probability that AI will have to take over this job. Nursing, it was a 0.2% chance that AI would take over that job, because nursing, it takes a lot of brain power, like, you know, ethics, critical thinking, it's just different stuff like that AI could not really do, or something. I don't know. I read about it.
Yeah, there's like a common sense.
I know if McDonald's worker, you got a 98% chance.
Yeah, they have fully automated McDonald's right now.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, that I wouldn't plan that to be your future job. If anyone's out there thinking they can work as a fast food worker, because soon there's not going to be a lot of things that will be available. I wonder if that will increase the homelessness or what, or will it make the world better? I don't know. Do they come up with more technology where people don't have to work a lot? Like, who knows?
Would you get a Tesla bot with a prosthetic dick? Would you have Morgan and then you'd have a robot Morgan?
No. Absolutely not. No.
Have you seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
I don't think so.
You're uncultured swine. If I could get a Billie Eilish robot, I'd keep it.
That's okay.
If I'd just be I'd be chilling with Billie Eilish right now, and I can just turn her off whenever.
I mean, a robot's friend, maybe not to have sex with.
I'm fucking the shit out of that robot. I'm good. I'm gooning Billie Eilish every night. And then I'll make it do my dishes. It can walk my dog. It can talk to my parents. It can schedule my appointments. It can play music out of her tits. Like 2 JBL speakers that bounce. Yeah, I'm getting Billie Eilish, and then I'm going back for another one. And she can wear my ex's skin. I'll get a cloned prosthetic of my ex when she was 18, and I'll just keep 18-year-old Chloe here. Because she has kids now. She has kids now, and she's, my other ex was in the military, so I'm sure that they were doing like barracks orgies. So I'm good on that, but I will generate a picture based off of their nudes, and I will get a prosthetic girlfriend based off the woman that I love that is no longer with me and no longer exists. And they will live in my mansion, and will raise my children in their incubators, and they will be processed to perfection. I might put a kid in a cow's womb and have the cow grow my child in its womb artificially. I still think
I will not have to worry about that because I am never having kids.
Well, you're going to have to take her. She's going to be scheduling my appointments. So if you want a Discord call, you're going to have to call her because I will be in my VR world hanging out with praying mantis aliens. I will be communicating with praying mantis aliens, probably fighting some type of galactic war from a trailer park that's like 6 stories high, stacked on top of each other.
That sounds terrifying.
That's the future. Is low-income housing. I don't know what the future is. I feel like it's going to be a floating city. I feel like the Earth might, global warming might get too out of control, and we're going to need to take a break from the world to let it come back to normal. So we might fly up to space and live out in the colonies for a couple generations while the volcanic eruption settle and the Earth gets back to a place where the trees and life are big enough again that the oxygen is more rich so that we're allowed to be alive here. I don't know if that's in our lifetime or not. But 2030 is the singularity. AI will reach the ability to be Terminator status in 2030, where it can like control our mind through Wi-Fi.
That'd be crazy.
They're already doing it. They're manipulating electrons to stimulate our brains, and they're slowly giving us, it's called smart dust. So there are, when I say nanoparticles, do you know what that means?
Like, that can get into your mind and body?
Yeah, you know how like when you think happy thoughts, your body tends to heal itself, and people that are depressed tend to get sick more?
Yeah.
That's just showing that your emotional state and the things you think about dictate your organ and cellular function. So they have an AI that's already able to embed itself into cells. They have cells that respond to an artificial intelligence the same way that cells respond to the signals from our brain. So people are saying that in cities and in chemtrails and in everywhere right now, it's just on us. It's called smart dust, where they've been slowly giving us artificial intelligence cells and turning us halfway into robots. They just gave the Neuralink chip in the brain thing to scare us, to distract us from the fact that they're raining down artificial intelligence already into our cells. And it's being manipulated by Wi-Fi, which is why they put the 5G towers. Which is why when you go deep into the forest, it's like you're completely out of place and you have to like let go of so many things you thought were you, but it turns out was just the metaverse. And then when you go into the forest, it's like it's like a second birth. You come alive again, and you realize like we're meant to be a part of nature, and these electricities in the walls, and the Wi-Fi from our TVs, and routers and cell phones are all destroying that and literally blocking the forest from connecting to us. So I have this weird feeling that like the big split between heaven and the lake of fire is based off of your connection to nature. And I think Jesus may have been a mushroom. And it was just symbol. I think Jesus might have been a symbolism for the messages brought by the mushrooms. And I think that there used to be an ancient civilization that was way more advanced than us, that was harvesting that energy of the ether. And I think that the mountains that we see today are the roots of giant trees that were cut down. I also think that, not to put a bunch of garbage in your head, but I think that the earth is flat in a sense that it's a sphere, but it's so much bigger than we can comprehend right now, and that it is an ice wall, and that we are an isolated experiment inside of a bigger planet. And I think that that's why they cut the trees down, and I think that the giants of the Bible and the extraterrestrials, they're just from the lands outside of the wall. So the earth is round, the same way that you look at planets and they're round, but our earth is a lot bigger than people are telling us. I think that's the case, because too many videos of goddamn motherfucking pilots of planes that say, yeah, that's all bullshit. We don't follow a globe system, we follow a flat system. There's no such thing as flying a plane across the globe and winding up on the other side of the earth. It's just bullshit. We fly down to get closer to the center of the flat earth, and then we go to the other side. We don't to fly across would be wasting so much gas. So we don't do that. But they make you think with the Christopher Columbus story that he sailed the ocean blue and he found out the earth was a sphere, when in reality, if you go out there, there's no curvature of the earth. But I personally think that it is a globe, it's just bigger. And I think that there are fucking giants the size of skyscrapers that are just hanging out in mountains that are bigger than we can imagine. But I haven't been to space, and I don't think anybody else has really been to space. Neil Armstrong, the guy that put his footprints on the moon, and he put his initials Neil A, is just alien backwards.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think it'd be really cool to think that we're like aliens in a pod somewhere, and this is like a VR experience. Like, have you ever played a VR game?
Yes, I have.
I think that's what this is. As I'm laying here, I just have this weird feeling that there's so much more going on in another dimension that I can't see. And the experience outside is just a distraction from that. And the more that I go into that other realm, the more violent it gets. And my YouTube content is just showing off how for some reason my life is just insanely crazier than other people's. And it always has to do with my state of consciousness. Like the other night, I did a meditation and opened up my heart the same way that you talked about having to be more conscious of your breathing. I became more conscious and I fucked around and found out with it, and then I got back to living in this beautiful song, and then the fucking fire alarm went off and it was pouring rain and we had to be outside for 2 hours at 1 a.m. As soon as I did it, like I just clicked a button in my consciousness and then the fire alarm went off. And I've done it before and had somebody come at me with a baton and I had to kill him with a hatchet. I've had cops rip me out of cars. I've had cops just show up and slam on my window. And then the same way that the cops show up and slam on my window, the manager of this hotel shows up and slams on my door. And they're just doing the exact same thing, just trying to like scare me and impregnate me with negativity. So I don't think you're racist. I think that girl was tripping. That bitch was tripping. Fuck that hoe. Fuck that 12-year-old hoe. But you might be living in a different song than she likes. They might be playing a whole different song and they live in a whole different universe than we do because of their genetics. Because when I hang out with like vice lords and gang members and I lived in the streets, I couldn't stand being in white America. I hated every minute of it. I felt like I was at war with them because I literally couldn't exist in their universe, and it felt like it was my bubble fighting against their bubbles. So I didn't want anyone to come up to me or touch me. I didn't want anyone to talk to me that wasn't on the same time that I was playing the same song, playing the same vibe. But man, it must be so different to have a group of people that you live with. I don't even know what that's like anymore. I ain't even gonna lie.
I just live with my boyfriend and 2 cats.
What happened to the roommates?
That was our last apartment that we lived about 2 years ago. And we moved out and moved into a smaller apartment.
That was fucking 2 years ago.
Almost, maybe. I haven't kept track of time.
I was MIA for a year.
You were. It's been a while since I heard from you.
I went deep into the forest. And I lived in a cabin in the woods, and it didn't have doors or windows. And I lived in a tent in that cabin, and there were animals all the time. I saw things I don't even want you to imagine. It got scary out there. I will tell you, have you ever seen the art of the Wendigo with the deer skull?
Yeah.
And it's like a hooded figure with a deer skull.
Is it that little animation on YouTube?
They're everywhere. It could be, but it's.
I know what you're talking about. It's a little shadow figure, and it has that deer skull, and it's like everything it touches dies. Is that?
Sort of. So I've been seeing those since I was a kid, and I saw it. The more and more I spent in the woods, the more and more I saw them. And it wasn't like I'd see them physically. I would see them in my imagination, but they were talking to me in my imagination. Like I was like a maladaptive daydreamer, so I used to always live in a daydream, just adventuring through my own mind, creating different stories. And those things, before I knew what they were, would pop up in my mind and talk to me. And it wasn't really like words. It was more like, hey, are you ready to acknowledge my existence? And I'd be like, I didn't even know you existed. And they're like, we exist. What? And then it wasn't like, I want to be your friend or I want to get to know you. It was just like, we're here. and they would amaze me. Like sometimes I would like try to get closer to it and they would fade away. Sometimes they would like walk up to, or they would float towards me in my mind and I get scared. And then when I got older, it happened again because I started going outside more. Like that was when I was 13, and then I was DCF, so I was never really out in the woods. But then when I turned 23 and 22 and I was living in my car, I'd go on trails and see them again. And I'd get so scared, I'd be like, it'd be in the middle of winter and I'm sprinting down this big ice hill trying to get back to my car because I'm like, I don't want to fucking, I don't want to deal with it. And I would feel them laughing. But last year, everything changed. Like I felt them outside the cabin. And I knew what they were because I'd seen them far away in my mind. But now it's like my life has become the daydream. Like I'm more immersed in what I used to daydream about, which is like Pisces to Aquarius, age of Pisces to age of Aquarius. Jesus was the fish god. That's why the Pope wears the fish hat. And we're transitioning to the water bearer, which is like the highest vibration, that trumpet sound. But it really is like the dreams I used to daydream have become my life, and now I'm living in the dream. So I really did feel them outside my shack, and I would see them, and I would feel like they were trying to train me. Like I was getting to know them by being in close proximity to them. They weren't really having to teach me things. I would just experience them, and then I would process what I experienced, and I would learn more about it, and I'd get closer to the forest, and the birds would get closer to me. I spent months just out there singing with birds. And I mean, the craziest thing I'll say is that I left for a weekend, and I went up to a different area, and then when I came back, I felt like they gave me a choice. Like I felt like I didn't see them, but their presence was there, and they said basically, it's time, like the final initiation. Do you really want to get cut off from society in a way you'll never come back? And then I swear to God, I didn't tell anybody about this. I swear to God, in my tent, right outside the shack, at the doorstep to the shack, was a deer skull. And I didn't know what to do. So I don't want to put it in my tent because I'm like, that's going to get them in my mind. So I was like, I don't want to not do it. So I picked it up and brought it into the shack. And then that night, I saw a 7-foot tall praying mantis outside the shack. Like this big wom 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 wom. And it was like I was in a pressure cooker, like a microwave. And I looked outside the tent, and I didn't even have to look outside the tent because it was just my mind. I was fully astral projecting, like I left my body, and I saw the praying mantis come out from behind a tree, and it walked up to me, and then it was a humanoid thing that was complete darkness, but it just looked like an old, like the same energy I was picking up of living in the forest. It looked like someone who had lived in the forest for his entire life, and there was a sadness to him. Because I think he had hung himself in the shack. It was like a ghost of someone that had lived there for a long time and passed away. And the praying mantis came down and showed me that as a way of telling me, like, this is you if you choose to stay here and live the rest of your life on this property that I've been trying to buy it for 2 years now. I wanted to live there and raise my kids there. And it showed me like that will be you. You will be a forest denizen, but you will be so full of regret and missing your family, and you will die here alone. And at other instances of praying mantises, have you seen the movie Nope?
The movie what?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Have you seen Get Out?
Yes.
It's the same guy made a movie about a UFO, but it's a Western, so it's like they're on horseback trying to catch this UFO on camera the way they used to, the old Westerns would try to wrangle the horse. So they were trying to catch this UFO, And every time they tried to record this UFO, a little praying mantis would block the camera. And then one time Joe Rogan was freaking out on his podcast, and he looked at the camera and said, "Man, have you ever thought about praying mantises? Like, what if praying mantises are just small versions of giant aliens that are up there, and they're only here to see how you would treat something that looks so different from us? So they send praying mantises to see you, to see if you'd kill them, or if you would respect them. It's like the test of the disgusting thing. Do we have compassion for something that we think is disgusting?" And then I asked that night, I think I was at my car at Price Chopper, and I was in my car and I woke up from a dream, and I said, "I want to meet an alien. If you guys are just listening to my thoughts and you can hear what I'm saying, I want to meet one." And then when I got out of the car to go into Price Chopper to use the bathroom, there was a praying mantis on my car, and it sat there for like an hour and a half just watching me. Like, it waited for me to go to the bathroom, and then I came back and it was still there, and it was just staring at me. And then I had dreams before of praying mantises floating above my head trying to talk to me, and I was too scared to, but it never left. Like, one time I woke up and I walked around the whole day in 2020 before I knew anything about all this stuff, and it was just floating there in my mind, just watching me. And I was like, I don't know what it's doing. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I messaged people like, "Is this real?" And they're like, "Yeah, they're called the mantis beings. There's tons of aliens. And they're not friendly," is what they said. They're like, they work alongside the Greys that abduct people. They're not good things. They manage over the small gray aliens. They're like the commanders, and they're like working for like an alien government. So I stopped listening to that stuff. But now it's happening so much. And then I saw one. Like, it was 7 feet tall, I swear to God. And it was right there outside the tent on a full moon. And I don't know what to think about that. But I think that when AI gets out of control, or gets to a point that's huge like 2029, I don't see a reason that we won't have like those things come down. Like, I think we're pretty close, and I think it's the coolest time to be alive. I was wondering if you've seen anything like that on raves. That's what the whole point of this is. Like, what the fuck have you seen? And is it anywhere close to this stuff?
Just seen anything. I've just seen people acting crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't stay long enough because after like 4 hours, I was like, all right, I can't.
You didn't want to process empathy?
No, it was just weird. There's just, I don't know, man. There's just too many people twerking, showing off their booties.
I say twerking too.
It was just me and my boyfriend there. I think if we had like a larger friend group, I'd probably have stayed longer because it's more fun.
It was just people on drugs grinding on each other?
Yeah. And there were some people who were just feeling the music and dancing. So that was cool. But where the area I was at, it was just a bunch of people doing their own thing.
It's gotta be something to it, other than it just feels good.
What, being at a rave?
No, just grinding on people the whole night.
Well, I mean, when you're tripping and stuff, for me, whenever I'm tripping my skin, like, when I get touched, it's more sensitive. So it probably just feels really intense just to even just be grinding. Because you're just feeling your whole body, like, you know, when you're grinding on somebody and, you know, you can tell that they like it. If, you know, you feel they're excited.
True.
It's a lot of emotions.
Yeah. I may have fucked my brain up forever.
What do you mean?
When you said they're just grinding on each other all day, I'm like, they're trying to elevate their emotional state, and they walk around stimulating other people to keep the vibe strong so that everybody starts buzzing with this elated emotion, sort of like bees. Like it's keeping everybody activated, and then they're just walking around transferring that excited static feeling, that heightened sense of emotion. They're just making sure everybody feels it, like a fluffer in a porn that keeps everybody's dick hard. They're doing that, but with the that heightened sense of emotion you feel on Molly.
Yeah, that I have not felt anything like that.
I almost did, and then I had
You didn't do Molly?
this really hot girl I used to go to school with. I ended up working with her friend, and her my coworker invited me to a rave, and I'd never been. And I was 19, and I was on a bunch of medication. So I ran into my other friend, and I could tell that my old friend, who'd gotten really good looking, was a rave goer, and she was a drug user, but a chill way, like a hippie, not like the nerdy autistic guy that I was at the time. Even though I was good looking, I was still like living in suburban delusion.
Oh, so you know you were good looking. You're assuming that you were good looking. I'm joking. I'm just joking.
The reality of it is no, I don't. But I know that when I would go into work, the girls would fight over me. At that place, there was a lot of girls, and they would argue for my attention.
Yes, that would probably answer the question.
So I figured, like, I know, and I had like the best, and I'm not bragging, because I had horrible relationships with them, but I had the best looking girls in my area I dated. Like there was only one girl that I felt was better looking than the girls that I had been with. And every time I go back to my hometown, other girls that I'm friends with that I'm not sexually attracted, like, you know, like they have boyfriends, or some of them are lesbians, because that's where I'm from. Like half the girls in my town are lesbians. They talk about her to me for some reason. Like they're always they'll be talking about something, and then they're showing their girlfriend a picture of their high school photo, and I'm standing next to them, and they go, "Oh, and this is," and then they say her name, and then they look up at me. Like that's happened multiple times where I'm like with a friend group, and they don't know that I have like this, that I really like this girl, but I never said anything about her to anybody, and I never even talked to her. But that was like the only girl I felt was better looking than everyone I'd been with. And every time they mentioned her, they always wanted to like emphasize her name around me. Like it was just weird. She kept coming into my life, and multiple times I'd like take girls on dates, and then she would show up with a date that I was like, I'm better looking than that guy. Why is she going out with him? And then she would come and sit next to me, and we'd have like the date next to each other, and it would be more like we would sit at two tables at like a coffee shop, and I'd have the girl that I'm not really interested in, and then she'd have a guy that she's not really interested in, and she would sit him down in a way that she's sort of sitting next to me. And I'm like, I know I'm quiet, so I think people make up what they think about me, and they saw me with attractive girls, so I don't, that social proof. But does she have any idea that I'm autistic as fuck? I don't know what to say to her. She's above my wealth level and she's above my mental health level. That is a sporty girl that's rich from suburbia. I don't know what the fuck to say to her. With other girls, I'm like, I just let them talk like I'm talking now, and I just like ask them questions like a therapist. And then I make jokes. And then I throw in some like validation so they feel liked. And then I take them on adventures, and then we become close friends, and then that close friendship develops into a relationship. I don't really know how to go up and hit on a girl. I know I have to. Is it like I have to make her laugh in a way that makes her feel dominated by me so she gets submissive and then she wants to hang on my shoulder? Is that how you do it?
It depends, I guess, on preference.
I don't know. I'm glad I got traumatized by pedophiles to try to make me feel like I got hit on by guys so much when I was mentally vulnerable that I think I figured out through reverse engineering the way that I would want to talk to a girl. Because I know now how they feel when creepy guys are attracted to you. So I just learned.
Yeah, it's a bad feeling when creepy guys they don't leave you alone.
They don't leave you alone, and they're like clingy. They want to be attached to you. They want you to feel a connection to them, and you're just trying to hang out, and you're just like existing, and they're coming up and trying to like rope you into like a love story or something. That's how it feels with me. Like it's like they're living in like a daydream, and they want me to be a part of their daydream. And I'm like, I'm not even gay. First off. Second off.
Where are you right now?
I'm taking a shit.
I'm just sitting here like the slight echo in the room, and I'm like, where are you? The sound of
I'm taking a shit. That's my content.
on the phone.
My content on my biggest video on YouTube. All of my biggest videos are me taking a shit. Real talk. My most popular video is me when I hit 100 subscribers. I went and took a shit out in the forest, and then a lantern fell from the sky right above me. Like, you know, when people die and they send the lanterns off?
Yeah.
I was in the forest, and a lantern landed right above my head, and it said, "You will never be forgotten." And then I took a shit. And that's my most popular video. God. I'm out of fucking toilet paper.
It looks like you're walking around right now. Are you walking around right now? Shit in your ass?
Not in my ass. I haven't gone yet.
You haven't pooped yet?
It's floating in the ethers. And I'm looking around for toilet paper, man. This is some prime Casey content. But yeah, I've got like I didn't want to tell people, but I figured I should tell you because I'm talking to you while I'm live, but I just keep it running through my life. I'm like an everyday streamer now. There were 5 people, I think, for this whole hour and a half, just listening to me vent. And then sometimes if I'm like hungry, or if I'm trying to get something like a pull-up bar or a phone or phone service, they send me like $50. Okay, I found my reserves. I keep napkins just in case, so I don't have to talk to the guy downstairs. But yeah, I had like a Discord community with like 15 people in it. And I was trying to get them to make merch. I have a couple people editing like 6-hour-long videos for me of me. We also took down a content creator. There was a guy that goes and records homeless people suffering, and he tells them, "We don't want you in town, you fucking junkies." And thousands of people were supporting him, and they were going to the people's houses and the trap houses and taking pictures of them sitting outside with their assault rifles, threatening their children. People were getting trespassed and then forced to go to dangerous places, and then those people would wind up missing. And then my little brother froze to death outside. And they're happy about it because it's like another homeless kid gone. We're getting the drugs out. So we were in Facebook groups talking smack for a while. The only way I make friends, Haley, is by summoning them, by venting for hours. I talked to a camera for 6 months, and then I found good friends.
If the system works, man, keep it up. But I think I'm gonna let you take a shit. I can talk to you later if you want to, but I'm gonna let you take your shit.
All right.
All right. Have a good shit.
I will. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right.
I overshared my way into the weird zone, which is where I'm the most comfortable lately. But that's my friend Haley. Man, every time I open my messenger, John Michael's messenger icon pops up, and then the girl that I wanted to date that has a boyfriend now, her messenger pops up, and then they disappear, and it's replaced with people I don't want to talk to. Okay, and then I open Facebook, and it's the best friend of my ex I was just talking about. And I have a memory to look back on today. There's a lot of drama going on.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
People told me they couldn't hear me, but I can obviously hear them standing outside my door. They've been listening to me talk shit this whole time. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna check Discord. Okay. Haley did not like that I was taking a shit on the phone. I hit Haley with Crazy Casey. She'd never seen Crazy Casey, and I just talked her ear off for an hour. Casey does need to get a life. I need to get a life, guys. All I really think about is shitting and eating. My life is just shitting, eating, and smoking. That's all I think about, and all I do is shit, eat, smoke, and talk shit. I shit out the mouth and the butt. And occasionally I do push-ups. God. You guys ever stare at your reflection in the mirror? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I look back at myself and it looks like my fucking, in the darkness, it looks like my eyes are communicating emotions to me. Like I'm picking up on my own micro expressions and I'm seeing like a different, I don't know, like, are my spirit guides floating above me and communicating through like the changes in the will exerted in the electromagnetic spectrum that we're picking up more and more on as we are getting cooked alive by radiation from the Schumann resonance solar flares. So I'm able to see what's living around me more. Maybe because it's the age of Pisces. We're in Pisces season 2, so the energy is deeper and easier to process. Or easier to visualize. I don't know, but I used to have to get high to see this. Disassociation is a weird thing. And I think my toilet's clogged. Give it time to sit. It's Morbin time. I have to feast. I think I'm tired of hanging out with drug addicts. I don't like living here. Is this Morbin? No, it's not. This is Venom. I'll watch Venom again. While I have my protein shake. Pretty early on in the movie. It's a guy named Isaac. He's getting impregnated by the symbiote. And Isaac's the guy that we just elected as a select board official. And I commented, "Don't turn evil." And now we're watching Isaac get turned evil. Have you ever seen a seagull in a tree? I've never seen a seagull in a tree. I liked Morbius better than I liked Thor. Hate to say it. Yeah, it's been 5 hours. I think it do be time to sleep, man. I've been awake for days. It's been hard to rest, knowing that Ken is plotting against me always.
I used to be a reporter. I was pretty successful as well. Man. My job required me to follow people that did not want to
Okay.
be followed.
I'll go live when people return to the Discord. And we'll have a war meeting call and figure out what we're going to do. It's Morbin time.